Good morning, honorable members, and those under the sound of my voice. Today, I join with the psalmist in declaring, I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praises shall continue in my mouth. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I want to share a word of encouragement with you today from the topic, Who God Bless, No Man Can Curse. In this world in which we live, there will always be people who will seek to oppose you to stop what God is doing in your life. Some people have a difficult time accepting the fact that you are blessed and that the hand of God is upon your life. Therefore, they will seek to plot all manner of evil against you to prevent you from experiencing the blessings of God. It's amazing to what extent people will go through to slander or defame you, to set a trap for you, to pull you down, to bring harm to you, or to even send a curse to your life. But the reality is, no matter how hard they try, you can't do anything with a person who is blessed. I recall a story in the book of Numbers, chapter 23, where there was a king by the name of Balak who approached a prophet by the name of Balaam to bring a curse upon the children of Israel. Numbers chapter 23, verses 7 to 8 reads, And he took up his parable and said, Balak, the king of Moab, hath brought me from Aram out of the mountains of the east, saying, Come, curse Jacob and defy the people of Israel. Israel, of course, represented God's blessed and chosen people. Balaam replied, How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? How shall I defy whom the Lord has not defied? The king was very angry. The king said unto Balaam, What hast thou done unto me? I took thee to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. Balaam answered and said, Must I not take heed and speak what the Lord put in my mouth? And Balak said unto him, Come, let me take you to another place, from whence thou mayest see them. Then thou shalt but from the utmost part of them, and shalt not see them at all. And then I want you to curse them for me. And the Lord met Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, Go again unto Balak and say thus, God is not a man that he should lie, nor the son of man that he should repent. Hath he spoken it? Shall he not make it good? The king was furious. Balaam replied, Behold, I have received commandment to bless, and he hath blessed, and I cannot reverse it. After Balak realized that his desire for them to be cursed was not being fulfilled, he said to Balaam, Okay, don't curse them, but don't bless them either. Balaam answered and said unto Balak, the king, Told not I thee, saying, All that the Lord spoke to me, that I must do. In this story, Balak did everything in his power to bring a curse upon God's people. However, his efforts were futile. In conclusion, let me hasten to highlight a powerful lesson learned from this story. When you are blessed, no evil can touch you. When you are blessed, no magic has no power against you. When you are blessed, God will safeguard you from all misfortunes and troubles. As we conclude, always remember, who God bless, no man can curse. Amen. Selah. Think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for your goodness and mercy toward us. Lord, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for the assurance that who you bless, no man can curse. Lord, remove iniquity from our hearts, purge and purify us, so that we can position ourselves to be recipients of your blessing. Help us, O Lord, to live a life that is pleasing unto you. Now, Father, today we ask your blessings upon the proceedings of this house today. We pray for your divine wisdom and knowledge to permeate the minds of our leaders. We pray for their strength, their courage, their tenacity, and their resilience in this house today. And, oh God, may you bless them as they seek to fulfill their portfolio assignments. We pray now, Almighty God, that you would be glorified from all that will be said and done in this honorable house today. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Let us repeat the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Philip Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Obadiah Wilsham, Alfred Sayers, Dr. Michael Dowell, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Juan Miller, Jobeth Colby Davis, Ginger Moxie, Mario Bolage, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Pia Glover Roll, Lisa Rami, Zane Lightborn, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pinder, Bacchus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightborn, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Major, Sylvanus Petty, Mikhail Barnaby, Michael Pintard, James Kwesi Thompson, Iram Lewis, Shannon Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White.
Good morning, honorable members. We have assembled here today on this solemn occasion. An incident happened on May 10th, 1980, that jolted the nation. The Bahamas was under hostile attack from Cuba, and in that attack, 4 Bahamian Marines were killed. They were Marine Seaman David Tucker, Marine Seaman Fenric Tucker, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, and Able Seaman Edwin Williams. Today, we are here to honor and commemorate them. They paid the ultimate sacrifice for a grateful nation. We owe them a great debt of gratitude. Honorable members, we want to treat this occasion with the solemnity it requires and deserves. All of them have left colleagues and family members to mourn, and they are all represented here today in the chambers of the Honorable House of Assembly. To the family of the fallen, I wish to offer you a hearty welcome to you, to these hallowed chambers and this honorable place. I would like to mention to those who are concerned with the organizing of the celebrations of our 50th anniversary, please bear in mind the seating in the chamber of the House of Assembly are very limited. If we intend to invite members or persons to the chamber of this honorable place, please remember we have to coordinate it. Otherwise, we have the oversubscribing seating situation we are dealing with today. Let's proudly give a hearty welcome to all the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and to the family members. I would also like to welcome to these honorable chambers members of the 6th grade graduating class of Queens College. Some of my honorable members are graduates of that esteemed place called Queens College, the honorable member for Angliston, and my honorable member for West End and Bimini. And Tall Pines, okay, and the honorable member for Tall Pines. So we have some comments in the house. I would also like to mention, that's the MP family. from those wealthy families. So I'd also like to make mention that the honorable member for South Beach, his son, Darius, could you wave for us, Darius, is in the audience today. And my Tiaja, my Nana, Tiaja Penmaki, could you wave for me, hon? So welcome, Queens College, and congratulations to you as you move on to your junior years. Now, let's get on with the people's business. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I join you in welcoming the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and, of course, the students of Queens College. Today is an important day in the history of our country, and we wanted to use this opportunity to reflect on those men and the Defense Force in general and the work they do for our country, for the sovereignty of our nation, for our liberty, and for our protection. And so today, with the concurrence of the side opposite, we've asked for a discussion and a resolution. And the resolution seeks to create, Madam Speaker, this day as a day of remembrance. The Honorable Prime Minister will lead the discussion, and it will involve all members of the House, each member of the House making contribution tribute to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. With your concurrence, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We join yourself as well as the leader of government business in welcoming our guests here today. Members from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, led by Commodore King, as well as some cadets, recruits, 10 in total that are in the House, members of the 6th grade graduation class of Queens College, and those family members of those that passed away back in 1980 on HMBS Flamingo. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been agreed that the proceedings of the House have been varied today, and we will now go to this very important resolution. Resolution? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the side opposite for joining us in determining today to acknowledge and show appreciation for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and extracting from that appreciation the heroic events of May 10th, 1980. We propose this resolution. I'll speak to it, seek a second, and as was indicated by the leader of the House, each member, I think, would wish to say a few words about that fateful day, May 10th, and speak to the importance and prominence of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force in our national development. The resolution that's being proposed reads, Madam Speaker, whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas desires to celebrate and honor the lives of the survivors and persons who died on the 10th of May, 1980 in the HMBS Flamingo incident while protecting the territorial integrity of the nation. And whereas on that day, the 10th of May, 1980, just under 6 weeks of the Defense Forces official establishment, Commander Amos Rowe and his 18-man crew encountered 2 foreign fishing vessels north of Key Santo Domingo, engaged in illegal fishing in the territorial waters of the Bahamas. Upon sighting the HMBS Flamingo, the two foreign vessels attempted to evade capture, but were eventually stopped and boarded. Upon searching the vessels and discovering large quantities of fish poached from the Bahamas' territorial waters, 4 Cuban nationals found aboard each vessel were arrested. Whereas, after arresting the Cuban nationals, the HMBS Flamingo was attacked by Cuban military jets, which set the vessel on fire, eventually sinking the ship. And whereas the surviving crew of the HMBS Flamingo escaped on one of the fishing vessels to Ragged Island with the Cuban nationals in custody, upon reaching Ragged Island, the surviving crew of the HMBS Flamingo once again faced attacks by Cuban military jets before they withdrew. And whereas, in light of the country's approaching 50th independence of anniversary, it is important to recognize and commemorate the bravery and heroic conduct of the persons who dedicated their lives to maintain Bahamian sovereignty and independence in the Flamingo incident. And I name particularly those persons who were on that vessel. Senior Lieutenant Commander Amos Cephas Roll, MBE PSC JP, and he was awarded the Order of Companion, the National Honors, in 2022. All of these men on board the HMBS were given national honors in 2022. Anthony Albert John Allens, PhD, Captain. Whitfield Neely, MBE, Captain. Wilfred Orlando Sands, Sub-Lieutenant. Peterson James Force, Petty Officer. Denzel Clark, Force Chief Petty Officer. Gregory Harold Curry, Force Chief Petty Officer. Oscar Renard Miller, Sr., Force Chief Petty Officer. Eugene Thompson, Chief Petty Officer. Anthony K. Russell, Chief Petty Officer. Leopold Eugene Kirby, Petty Officer. Willard Zelwood Saunders, Leading Seaman. Cladwell Nathaniel Farrington, Jr., Able Seaman. Trevor Harold M. Sands, Able Seaman. John Wallace, Able Seaman. Vendrick Andy Gregory Stirrup, Able Seaman. Austin Rudolph Smith, Marine Seaman. David Allison Tucker, Marine Seaman. And Edward Williams, Marine Seaman. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the designation of the 10th day of May in each year as National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. If I
Order
may,
that the document be
lady,
brought up.
yeah. Here's the 10th.
Order that the resolution do lie on the table. Honorable member, are we proceeding with the debate?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Madam Speaker, today we pause to honor the memory of the fallen four. These 4 brave servicemen continue to inspire us even after 43 years since the tragic incident that took their lives. At the beginning of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, with just 4 vessels patrolling nearly 100,000 square miles of sea, the HMBS Flamingo was deployed in the southern region of the archipelago on the 10th of May 1980. Their duties included guarding against poachers, chasing drug traffickers, and intercepting irregular migrants. Madam Speaker, close to the Bahamian Key, Santo Domingo, the HMBS Flamingo detained 2 Cuban fishing boats. As they towed the poachers towards Duncan Town, Ragged Island, an unthinkable event unfolded. Cuban fighter jets appeared and ruthlessly attacked the HMBS Flamingo, causing the loss of lives of the 4 young men, the fallen 4. Able Seaman Fenric Sturrock, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, Marine Seaman David Tucker, and Marine Seaman Edward Williams. Madam Speaker, the incident triggered an uproar throughout the Bahamas, which both infuriated and united our young nation. Eager to defend its territorial sovereignty, the Cuban fishermen were fined $95,000 for illegal fishing. But our nation's father, Sir Lyndon Pindling, pursued justice further. Sir Lyndon condemned the attack as a deliberate act of aggression, lodged an official complaint with the UN Security Council, and pledged to strengthen our defense force, which has indeed seen consistent increases in budgetary allocations. Public protests surged and only subsided 3 weeks later when the Cuban government formally apologized and compensated both the government and the families of the victims. Sir Lyndon noted that amidst the grief and anger caused by the Flamingo incident, our nation discovered newfound unity and patriotism. The Defense Force, having faced this trial by fire, emerged more vital than ever, meeting the growing security needs of our independent state. Madam Speaker, the memory of the Flamingo incident is as vivid today as it was in 1980. It is a painful chapter for us all, for this esteemed house and all Bahamians, wherever they may be. Madam Speaker, I extend my deepest sympathies to the families of the victims and the survivors of that dreadful attack. The sinking of the HMBS Flamingo was a unique moment in our nation's history, one we will never forget. So as we approach, Madam Speaker, our Golden Jubilee this July, let's honor the memory of the fallen 4 by rekindling our sense of duty and national unity. Let's stand firm and united, just as Fendrick, Austin, David, and Edward did. Let's commit ourselves to serve our nation, ready to respond and fulfill our responsibilities. Today, as we celebrate half a century of independence, the Defense Force stands as a testament to our resilience, our unity, and our dedication to protecting our nation's sovereignty. It has evolved, and adapted over the years, growing stronger and more capable, a progression set into motion by the painful catalyst of the Flamingo incident. The memory of the fallen 4 continues to inspire our servicemen and women, reminding them of the ultimate sacrifice made in the line of duty and instilling a sense of commitment and courage to face the challenges of the present and the future. As we reflect on our journey to independence and look forward to our future, let us remember the role our Defense Force plays in maintaining our peace and security. Let us continue to support their efforts, understand their sacrifices, and appreciate their contribution to our nation. Madam Speaker, our resilience as a nation is forged by the challenges we overcome. Through faith, love, and unity, we can rise from adversity stronger and more determined. This occasion, Madam Speaker, is no different. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is there a seconder? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is my honor as the Minister of National Security with responsibility for the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to rise to second this resolution. Madam Speaker, I had expected a different assignment in coming to government. The wisdom of the member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, I must thank him for this post. In interaction with the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, I've received great education. And might I say, for the record of this House, Madam Speaker, with us today, led by Commodore Dr. Raymond King, the Captain of Coral Harbor, Captain Glenn McPhee, Lieutenant Commander Samantha Hart, Sub-Lieutenant Darius Adams, Sub-Lieutenant Opal Farquharson, Force Chief Petty Officer Ramon Storr, senior non-commissioned officers, members of the new entry 60, woman entry 29 who are undergoing basic training. With them are survivors of the crew of the HMBS Flamingo in the person of Captain Whitfield Neely, Force Chief Petty Officer Peterson James, Force Chief Petty Officer Gregory Curry, Petty Officer Eugene Thompson, Able Seaman Trevor Sands, all now retired. Madam Speaker, with the men and women of the force, I famously say I've never had a desire to be a military person. And to understand it, one must understand that there's a mindset. As I attend the funerals and memorials for our fallen soldiers, I often refer to the poem by Alfred Lord Tennyson, The Charge of the Light Brigade, which I wish to read in our hearing, which sets out some of the qualities that must be displayed in a military person. And it reads, Madam Speaker, half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the valley of death, rode the 600. Forward the light brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Forward the light brigade, was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. Theirs not to make reply, theirs not to reason why, theirs but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Cannons to the right of them, cannons to the left of them, cannons in front of them, volley and thunder, stormed that with shot and shell. Boldly they rode and well into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell rode the 600. Flashed all their sabers bare, flashed as they turned in air, sabering the gunners there, charging an army while all the world wondered. Plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke. Cossack and Russian reeled from the saber stroke, shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. Cannons to the right of them, cannons to the left of them, cannons behind them, volleyed and thundered, stormed that with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They that had fought so well came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell. All that was left of them, left of the 600. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made. All the world wondered. Honor the charge they made. Honor the Light Brigade. Noble 600. Madam Speaker, when one understands that the life of duty of a soldier is not to reason why, but to do and die, one must understand that not all of us have that mettle. I confess freely that I do not. And I confess it often to the personnel of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Thus my admiration for those who do. Madam Speaker, at the date of the Flamingo incident, it was the day before Mother's Day, 1980. I was a child of 12 years old in junior high school at Kingsway Academy. I am from Duncantown, Ragged Island, having been born there. And so the event was etched in my mind from very young. Madam Speaker, we are on the road to 50, but what does that mean without status? We can say we are nation. We cannot be nation until we are sovereign. Our forebears sought the wisdom of establishing this force to do just that, to protect our sovereignty. I say to us, I say to the survivors and to the serving members and the entry and training, on attending last Friday the funeral of Chief Petty Officer retired Anthony Strawn, I learned something that one can see in the story of all of these men, all of the survivors. All of them had a peaceable life. Chief Petty Officer Anthony Strawn was employed by the Bahamas Customs. And as I said at his funeral, he had a good government job. All of these men, in reading their bios, had good, safe employment. And they chose to leave it, in the words that we have heard from Alfred Lord Tennyson, for that life, where theirs is not to reason why, but theirs is to do and die. And so, Madam Speaker, it behooves us not to celebrate them. It behooves us not to remember them. As their advocate, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say that their request falls, as the parable says, on fertile grounds, on the ears of the member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador. Indeed, the first proposal sent to me by Commodore King, transmitted to the Honorable Prime Minister, has already begun to be met almost in its entirety. The first proposal, Madam Speaker, was the designation of this day as National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day, and that we are doing now. They hasten to add not a holiday, but just a day of remembrance. They hasten to add that, not me, Madam Speaker. They are soldiers. Others may have wanted a holiday. They requested proclamations from the Governor General and the Prime Minister. They requested all flags to be flown at half-mast, and that is occurring today. They requested all government schools, facilities to hold a special service of remembrance and flag raisings, which could involve the participation from youth groups such as the Rangers, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Rangers, whose passing out parade for New Providence was held on Saturday past in my presence and the presence of the member for Angliston, who was very impressed by the whole event, especially that a student from R.M. Bailey received the Minister's Award. There are other requests, Madam Speaker, that given time couldn't be action for today and this year. There is a call that the member for West End and Bimini always echoes, the need for a monument that one may look upon and see and remember. In the Bible, Madam Speaker, the Lord directed the children of Israel to carry stones across the River Jordan so that when the young people ask, why these stones, they could repeat and understand their history. It is proposed, Madam Speaker, that there be tangible monuments in New Providence, in every island from which the Marines hail. From and on my home island, Ragged Island, which experienced the shock of this event. We must not ever forget, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, what most amazed you, or what most amazed me about military people is this. The Lord himself didn't go as far in Matthew 15 as these men and women do. In Matthew 15, Christ says, greater love hath no man than this, that a man may lay down his life for his friends. The crew of the HMBS Flamingo were prepared to risk their lives, not only for their friends, but for people who did not like them, for people who positively hated them. And in that regard, Madam Speaker, I would proclaim that the personnel of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, go beyond Matthew 13. They are prepared to lay down their lives not only for their friends, but for all citizens and residents of the Commonwealth of Bahamas, many of whom do not class them as friends. And so, Madam Speaker, it is with that degree of admiration that I thank the learned Prime Minister for this appointment. And I would wish to close, Madam Speaker, with another poem. And this is a poem that in all the remembrances, the force chief recites from this poem. And in a very poignant moment at the end of this poem, there is a declaration that we will remember them. And it is the poem For the Fallen by Lawrence Binion. And it goes thus, Madam Speaker. With proud thanksgiving, a mother for her children, England mourns for her dead across the sea. Flesh of her flesh, they were spirit of her spirit, fallen in the cause of the free. Solemn the drums roll, death august and royal, sing sorrow up into immortal spheres. There is music in the midst of desolation, and a glory that shines upon our tears. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. They mingle not with their laughing comrades again. They sit no more at familiar tables of home. They have no lot in our labor of the daytime. They sleep beyond England's foam. But where our desires are, and our hopes profound, felt as a wellspring that is hidden from sight, to the innermost heart of their own land they are known, as the stars are known to the night. As the stars shall be bright when we are dust, moving in marches upon the heavenly plain, as the stars that are starry in the time of our darkness, to the end they remain. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to second this resolution, a task long overdue, an honor too long left to confer. But there is more to do, Madam Speaker. And I personally commit to the Commodore, the men and women, the retired and the fallen, that we will remember them.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas desires to celebrate and honor the lives of the survivors and persons who died on the 10th day of May, 1980, on the HMBS Flamingo incident, while protecting the territorial integrity of the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House approves the designation of the 10th day of May and each year as National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to represent much of the dreams and aspirations of the constituents of Marco City. And, Madam Speaker, to speak on behalf of the opposition whom I'm charged to lead at this time in our history. Madam Speaker, it is on this behalf that we join with the government and pause to remember and salute the ultimate sacrifice of 4 Bahamian sons and the bravery, integrity, and civility of the surviving members of HMBS Flamingo on the 10th of May, 1980. Madam Speaker, we salute Captain Allens, Captain Whitfield Neely, Force Chief Petty Officer Peterson James, Force Chief Petty Officer Denzel Clark, Force Chief Petty Officer Gregory Curry, Chief Petty Officer Eugene Thompson, Chief Petty Officer Anthony Russell, Leading Seaman Willard Sanders, Able Seaman Cladwell Farrington, Able Seaman Trevor Sands, and Able Seaman John Wallace for valor and a sense of duty. Madam Speaker, exactly 2 months before our 7th anniversary of independence and just under 6 weeks after the Defense Force official existence, Her Majesty Bahamian ship HMBS Flamingo was viciously attacked and sunk by Cuban fighter jets in the southeastern Bahamas while on a routine patrol. When the smoke had cleared and the gunfire ceased and the roll call was taken, 4 Bahamian Marines in their 20s, Able Seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine Seaman David Tucker, Marine Seaman Edward Williams, and Marine Seaman Austin Smith were unable, Madam Speaker, to answer the roll call. These young men, ripped from us and their families, left unceremoniously. Their families left unceremoniously to mourn their untimely and most violent passing. We are obligated, Madam Speaker, to salute them for the service to our beloved country. And not just them, Madam Speaker, and those that survived, but others who have passed during a period where they did not receive the recognition that some are fortunately alive to now receive. And so we remember all of them alongside Senior Lieutenant Amos Roll, Wilfred Sands, Oscar Miller, and Leopold Kirby. Madam Speaker, it is a good thing to remember persons who have passed even in their absence, but it is a magnificent thing to remember them while they are alive and can hear our appreciation as a collective nation. Madam Speaker, our nation mourned their loss in unprecedented fashion during those early days. In eulogizing the 4 Marines at Clifford Park on the 1st of June, 1980, Sir Lyndon Pinling rationalized the state of mind that our people were in. He said, "I think the bottom line of the balance sheet will show that the Battle of Key Santo Domingo was not lost. In fact, we gained something of inestimable value. Never have I seen or heard of such a concerted display of loyalty, solidarity, and nationalism in the Bahamas. The story of the brave deeds of our Marines will in due course be written down as an inspiration to future generations of Bahamians. At the same time, history will record that the Bahamian people, as a people who are proud, a people who are humble, had their first real experience of the meaning and importance of patriotism. I added the words proud and humble because in many ways our country shifted in its mindset in the aftermath of the slaying of these young Marines. We recognize that there is tremendous duty that all of us must pay to our country, and our Marines demonstrated that in the execution of their task and a willingness to lay down their life in defense of our country. Sir Lyndon's sentiments were supported by a report in the Bahamas Dateline of the 23rd of June, 1980, and it read as follows. The Cuban attack provoked a strong and continuing expressions of outrage and anger. Virtually all sectors of the population joined in several mass demonstrations, including the Workers' Party and trade unions. Madam Speaker, moreover, I'm advised that their deaths inspired hundreds of young men from all across our islands to enlist in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, despite the inherent danger, so that we could join the fight to protect, so that they could join the fight to protect the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Bahamas. Clearly, a sense of unity filled our country following the tragedy that is the Flamingo incident. Madam Speaker, I'm sure many of us in here have relatives who are members of the Defense Force. At this time, I have at least 2 nephews, and I've had others who have served and served with distinction. Madam Speaker, apart from the obvious bravery of a young Marine seaman, Whitfield Neely, as he then faced fierce enemy fire, maneuvered a small dinghy to retrieve his shipmates from the water. But what filled me whilst revisiting this very pivotal moment in history of our young nation, Madam Speaker, was the notion that Captain Amos Rowell, now deceased, then Lieutenant Commander and Commanding Officer of HMBS at the time of the incident, was the notion that they brought their prisoners safely to the capital, unharmed, to stand trial before a Bahamian court. Despite having lost 4 members of his crew, Commander Rowell, I imagine, in the face of tremendous temptation, I'm certain many thoughts went through he and the crew's mind. But history tells us that they kept the prisoners, 8 Cuban fishermen, safe and protected amongst all the crew. This act within itself, I believe, marked the manner of our bearing as a young nation state. Before the ordeal was over, the people of Duncantown, Ragged Island, from where I descend on my father's side, and it is interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that young Keishan Monroe, who is a descendant of Ragged Island, was selected to publish a book chronicling the incident of the Flamingo, and of course in the Senate, the images are recorded on the walls. Madam Speaker, before the ordeal was over, the people of Duncantown, Ragged Island, where the crew of HMBS went for support and recovery, were also terrorized by Cuban military with a number of flyovers, and at least some reports even suggested a reported landing. The Battle of Key Santo Domingo was a crucible within which the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Madam Speaker, their character was further molded into the powerful, incredible organization that it is today. Madam Speaker, HMBS Flamingo left His Majesty, then Her Majesty, Bahamian ship Coral Harbor on a routine patrol of the Southeast Bahamas. The patrol ought to have been no different from the many others undertaken by the force. Madam Speaker, it is an amazing thing to be on the Defense Force, and I always remarked to my nephew about it, the fact that you're prepared to leave your family for weeks at a time in defense of our country, and the toll that it takes on family life, and yet you continue to do it because of this sense of duty. Madam Speaker, after all, it's what the officers and Marines do on a daily basis. They give us a sense of security and safety, and they protect our territorial integrity and the sovereignty of our country. This patrol they patrol more than 1,000 nautical miles of our archipelago, as they say, by day and by night. As we rest assured, Madam Speaker, that we're safe, we don't even think about who is out there protecting our borders and the sovereignty of our country. And we thank you, officers, for guarding our heritage and guarding our lives. And so, Madam Speaker, I salute the memory of the Marines we lost with HMBS Flamingo, as well as her survivors, as well as those who have since passed since that fateful day. But I salute all of you today for the incredible sacrifices you continue to make and the families who continue to mourn their loved ones who served us with distinction. And we thank you for keeping us consistently safe and giving often more to us than we as a country have given to you. As we salute and celebrate the life and sacrifice, Madam Speaker, of all of these brave souls, we also salute the former leaders of this incredible organization. And we thank you for molding generations of young Bahamian men. And fortunately, we had the wisdom to include women. And so we thank you for the example of leadership. And so we thank Commodores Leon Smith, Davy Roll, Clifford Scavala, Roderick Bowe, Tellis Bethel, and our present Commodore Raymond King. I trust I included all of them. In different ways, we should continue to honor the sacrifice of our Marines. To those that have passed away and to those who continue to labor in defense of our country, one fitting way to honor them is to ensure that those matters they seek to address in their daily duties are the same matters that us in this place, policymakers, recommit ourselves to addressing with a similar, if not greater zeal, intelligence, sensitivity, and adequate resources. Included in the list of issues that they, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, confront is the issue of protecting Bahamian borders from poachers who continually attempt to rape our marine resources, especially lobster, fish, and count, which are placed under heavy pressure due to illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. Poachers' aggressive behavior, including bearing arms, which has put the lives of Bahamian fishers and law enforcement at risk. That we rededicate ourselves in this place and to support our defense force, who are on the front line of our defense against illegal immigration, illegal migrants that come to our shores. That in this place, that we pass legislation and otherwise, through meaningful policies and programs, we seek to protect our sovereignty. With the same intensity, we must stop the flow of illegal weapons entering our country and ending up in the hands of far too many of our sons, our brothers, our fathers, who take the lives of other Bahamians. And so, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I once again, on behalf of all of those that I represent, to say a special thanks to all of the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and to say to you how grateful we are for your sacrifice. In response to those who have given their lives on the front line, we must be able to give a stronger effort in working across the political divide and execute a strategy to protect our patrimony and to construct a nation where Bahamians' interests are placed first. May God grant us the wisdom to build this model nation. May God grant us the spirit of might that we would do what is right in the interests of our people rather than what is expedient. And in this, our 50th year of independence, may God continue to bless the Defense Force and the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Exumas and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Ragged Island and Exuma. And I especially recognize Commodore King, the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who are here present, as well as the students who are here to witness this history-making occasion of naming today the HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. I want to say a special thank you for the wisdom to Prime Minister Davis for his wisdom, as today our flags fly at half-mast in the memory of the men who displayed great courage under fire, and amongst them their comrades in arms who made the ultimate sacrifice. Today, as I speak on behalf of the people of Ragged Island, though we celebrate 50 years of independence this year, we say that we are still a young nation, as are the other nations that found themselves wrestling free of the grip of generations of colonialism. And therefore, this day is significant for many reasons. But when we were in our infancy, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force was created to patrol our seas and carry our flag across our beautiful waters to protect our heritage. Defense Force formed March 31st, 1980. And then only 40 days later, on May 10th, the 19 men of the HMBS Flamingo, with the legendary senior commander Amos Roll at the helm. An Exomian. They were doing their duty, escorting Cuban poachers they arrested off Key Santo Domingo towards land when fire rained from the sky. In the ensuing hours, rocket fire melted steel and sunk the Flamingo, and 4 Marines died violently. Our sovereignty was breached, Ragged Island occupied, and an international incident ended with the intervention of American assistance, as our fearless Marines and police did not waver in the midst of terror and loss. That day tested our Prime Minister, Sir Lyndon Pinling, the Prime Minister of a young nation, who showed great courage under pressure. That day tested our national resolve and our international friendships. But we are a blessed people. And I say a special thank you to our chaplain, Pastor Williams, for that word from the Lord today. Yes. Who God blessed.
No man.
No man cursed. Timely and inspiring. We emerge stronger, more resolute, and with an appreciation of what it means to be a sovereign nation and to lay down one's life doing one's patriotic duty. And to this day, we continue forward, upward, onward together, knowing that nations are held together in the face of powerful assaults by the strong, the stout of heart, and the faithful. For the bravery and the sacrifice of the Marines we lost, and those who they once stood alongside, who survived, we can never honor them enough, but we can try, and we can continue to thank them for their sacrifice and devotion. Yes. And for those fallen, Able Seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, Marine Seaman David Tucker, and Marine Seaman Edward Williams. We cannot call their names often enough, but also for those subsequently passed, like legendary Captain, Marine Father, Husband, Leader, Hero, and native of Mount Thompson, Exoma, Senior Commander Amos Rowe, who I knew personally and learned a lot from. Today, we commemorate, we celebrate all 19 of these men, retired, living, and those who have passed, and we thank you for your service. Madam Speaker, the others who came through this most ruthless attack, we also remember all and their families. We pledge that you shall never be forgotten. As long as there are Bahamians with breath to tell your story and honor your valor, we will remember you. And to the people of Ragged Island who were terrorized and traumatized that fateful day, we will also commemorate during this special day. And it is my pledge as the Member of Parliament for Ragged Island to see to it that there stands a memorial in Ragged Island by this time next year. I'll work closely with the Minister responsible for national security and Commodore King to ensure that this happens. And for all who claim Ragged Island ancestry, we look forward to your financial contribution. We say a special thank you to all for your service, your dedication, your commitment, and your sacrifice. And we echo the commitment of Prime Minister Davis and Minister Monroe when we say again, we will remember you. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Engliston.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand on behalf of the people of Engliston in solemn respect and in support of this resolution. I do so with a heart of love and with fulsome gratitude for those valiant men who perished in the waters of Key Santo Domingo and the entire crew of the HMBS Flamingo, who were protecting and defending the integrity of our maritime boundaries and our fisheries resources, and ultimately, the Bahamian people. These men came from islands across the nation and from varied communities. They went to our schools and as young men enlisted in service to the newly created the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. They were the sons of mothers and fathers who no doubt were so very proud of their acceptance into this elite Marine force. On the face of it, they were ordinary young men in uniform who most of us did not know. But on May 10th, 1980, they were raised up large in our consciousness and gripped our hearts. We would come to know their names and to experience profound grief, although we never met them. They became not only the sons of their bereft parents, but the sons of our nation. The now iconic images of the HMBS Flamingo and the crew assembled in front of it became the prelude to the sinking of that vessel, the plunging of the crew into the deep waters, and the saga of these men fighting for their lives while subjected to a barrage of bullets, and for those who survived, facing yet a second assault on Ragged Island. These were our sons, and 4 of them were never to return home. These ordinary men were in truth extraordinary for their steely courage and impenetrable allegiance to our country. They stood between us and the aggressors. This they did in spite of what must have been their fears, in the face of looming and present and very real danger. These shining heroes were the descendants of ancestors who came here in the hull of a cargo ship. Perhaps it had to take all these many years to fully digest the immensity of their sacrifice and the precious price paid, to appreciate the nobility of their humanity, to understand their love for our country. In this, our 50th anniversary of independence, it is our duty
to ensure that those in this generation understand the meaning of the HMBS Flamingo incident in the journey of our people, and that we never forget. It is important that our children and young people understand the value of our nationhood, to comprehend the price paid, not only to create what we have, but to protect it for generations yet unborn. It is essential that they know the journey. These things of which we speak today are the beautiful lyrics of a redemption song. And we are reminded that the story of our people is a continuum, a shining story where each generation are contributors, where new beautiful lyrics are written. This morning, in every public school, from primary to senior high and throughout the nation, we have mandated that special assemblies are to be held simultaneously to commemorate the HMBS Flamingo incident and these valiant men. And flags on every public school campus everywhere are being flown at half-mast today. Additionally, a video has been prepared by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, which we will share and show to all of our young people. Those men on that ship, the HMBS Flamingo, placed the highest value on our country. And I am reminded of the sacred hymn, I vow to thee, my country, all earthly things above, entire and whole and perfect, the service of my love. The love that asks no questions, the love that stands the test, that lays upon the altar the dearest and the best. The love that never falters, the love that pays the price, the love that makes undaunted the final sacrifice. It is this love and this final sacrifice that we hold high today. When I served as Minister of Transport in the square below, Rawson Square, on the 40th anniversary of independence, a ceremony was held which included the commissioning of a 65-cent stamp in honor of the 4 fallen officers and to honor the entire crew of the HMBS Flamingo. All but one of the surviving crew members were there, assembled in the square. And they stood up from their seats as their names were called into the atmosphere. I also remember vividly on this day, Lieutenant Commander Amos Rowe, who then became Senior Lieutenant Commander Rowe, reading an account of this event from yellowed paper that he must have kept all those years. It was a most moving, mystical moment to witness the physical presence of these now aging men and the families of the 4 Bahamian soldiers who never came home. But today, we seek to permanently commemorate this day in memory of these men and to celebrate the truth that we are one people, united in love and service. And I know we've heard their names before, but I would wish to call their names again. First, the 4 who never came home, and I don't have their ranks, our Bahamian sons: Fenric Stirrup, David Tucker, Edward Williams, and Austin Smith, and the other members of the crew, some who are now deceased: Amos Rowe, Anthony Allens, Wilfred Sands, Peterson James, Oscar Miller, Gregory Curry, Denzel Clark, Trevor Sands, John Wallace, the inimitable Whitfield Neely, Leo Kirby, Eugene Thompson, Anthony Russell, Cladwell Farrington, and Willett Saunders. And I think with us this morning are Neely, Thompson, James, Sands, and Williams. And Curry. And Curry. Yes, Curry. I salute these men. I thank them for the love. I thank them for their courage. I thank them for their sacrifice. I express my respect, my high regard for all of the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, one of the finest creations of our sovereign expression. I support this resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the people of Fort Charlotte, it is my privilege to say thank you to the survivors, to the family of those who have passed, and to the organization that has sustained, nurtured, counseled the survivors. Madam Speaker, I want to frame my brief remarks by talking about sovereignty, because sovereignty is what is shaped by what we call a collective memory. And that collective memory in 1830 with the Pompey Rebellion, in the 1930s with respect to the Burma Road riots, also with respect to the general strike, and also Black Tuesday in this parliament, the suffragist movement of our country all helped to shape the collective memory of our people and laid the foundation of our sovereignty. Now, this parliament in 2016 defined what is a national hero. Who should we consider to be national heroes of our country? And this is what our parliament defined as a national hero in the Honors Act of our country. Someone who is a citizen of the Bahamas or born before or lived before independence, but would have been a citizen. And then it goes to say, who satisfies the criteria set out in Section 5 is eligible for the conferment of the honor of national hero. In subsection 5, Madam Speaker, it outlines that one who has made a seminal contribution to the Bahamas and which contribution has altered the course of the history of the Bahamas in a positive way. 2, has given service to the Bahamas which has been exemplified by visionary or pioneering leadership, extraordinary achievement, and attainment of the highest excellence. Or 3, has through personal heroic exploits and sacrifice, having gone beyond their personal and historic limitations, contributed to the improvement of the economic, spiritual, social condition of the nation as a whole. Madam Speaker, this is what the Parliament of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has defined as a national hero. The events, Madam Speaker, of May 10th, 1980, we saw only after 6 weeks of its establishment, the patrol boat comprising 19 members of the Defense Force is on its routine tour of our southern islands, and they spot two fishing vessels, forming a well-grounded suspicion that there was poaching. They approach the vessels, Madam Speaker. The two vessels, Ferasim 54, as well as another vessel, Ferasim 165, was stopped, boarded, and in the course of executing their official duty, they were attacked by two Cuban MiGs. In the process, destroying their vessel, the Flamingo. And what we see in this confrontation, Madam Speaker, is we see some extraordinary things. We see, first of all, having to abandon their vessel. One of the two fishing vessels is still seaworthy. Boarding that vessel and trying to ascertain among their comrades who is present. 4 is missing and 4 are wounded. 4 of the survivors are wounded in the attack, Madam Speaker. And notwithstanding the loss of their vessel, 4 missing comrades, 4 wounded comrades, they held on to their prisoners. They held on, but not only did they hold on to them, Madam Speaker, they observed the Geneva Convention. They observed all of the conventions of what they call civilized conduct. And this is and then, Madam Speaker, with their prisoners having to navigate in the dark of night and eventually coming to Duncantown, Rugged Island. You would have thought, having reached land, that they would have been safe. But on Sunday, Cuban MiGs, helicopters, come and terrorize the island of Rugged Island and the residents on Rugged Island. They eventually get to their base. And I think the Commodore, Mr. Swindley, the Commissioner of Police at that time, Mr. Salathiel Thompson, and a delegation on a DC-3 come, and they are on the island. The top command of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is in the heat of danger. Madam Speaker, the survivors tell a story that months after, melting lead is in their hair, is in their skin. But what about the trauma? What about the trauma of the survivors? We see that the 8 captive persons they brought is taken before the court. 4 of them is discovered to have been before our courts before. And then the Cuban government says, well, it was a misunderstanding that they were perceived to be a pirate ship. And Madam Speaker, I am so grateful for the acting Prime Minister, Adriana. Adriana on Monday after an emergency cabinet meeting, debunks that as being absolutely ridiculous. And then when Prime Minister Pidling returns on Tuesday, we see an address to the country explaining that there was no need to call or invite US or British naval military presence, but only inviting the US Coast Guard to continue the search for the missing comrades. Madam Speaker, this is what I call, as defined by this Parliament, has through their personal heroic exploits and sacrifice, having gone beyond their personal and historic limitations, contributed to the country as a whole. There are two significant achievements that came out of this tragic incident. One is the Bahamas at that time recognizes that when we saw the very sparse response from nations even within our region after this attack, there is a recognition by the government that the Bahamas must join CARICOM. In fact, it is this event that helped us to understand that our sovereignty is best secure in a collective body. And we see, Madam Speaker, the Bahamas acceded to the Treaty of Chaguaramas on the 4th of July, 1983. But there is another issue, Madam Speaker, and that is the issue of collective memory. And I just want to quote an artist, Mr. Keishan Monroe, who explained in 2013 why he undertook the swan song of the flamingo. And he said, honestly, I don't feel as if this event has changed Bahamian history and culture that much because it hasn't been acknowledged the way it should have been. My duty as a citizen of the Bahamas, possessing the resources that I do, to provide resolution. And what we saw in 2013, Madam Speaker, as we are doing today, an exhibition at the National Art Gallery, where this extraordinary artist showing the extraordinary valor displayed by this very young institution at that time. And he brings together an extraordinary group of artists, two of the top artists from Cuba, two ballet dancers from Cuba, Eduardo Blanco and Ameo Rodriguez. The composer Cleophas Adderley performing arias from his opera entitled Our Boys, with soprano Joanne Callender and pianist Lee Callender, writer Patricia Glinton Micolis, and poet Sonia Farmer and Obadiah Smith. And this is what Mr. Monroe said: the flamingo, besides being a symbol of our independence and the HMBS boat that sank, it is a symbol of grace and solidarity. Yes. And therefore, Madam Speaker, our warriors who defended our sovereignty is in the same category, in my view, as Pompey, Darling, Pindling, all of those extraordinary leaders, Georgina Simonet, all of these extraordinary leaders who have helped to define our sovereignty. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I conclude by saying that we all breathe easier because of your heroism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the constituency of St. Barnabas. Like former members, to mark this historic moment and reflection point in our nation's history. Madam Speaker, there are moments in a nation's history that remain ironclad in the annals of that history and whose resonance and reverence is so powerful and profound, it presses upon its people to have it said in its consciousness and indelibly imprinted in their hearts. Madam Speaker, today we recognize the events of that fateful day, the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo, the 10th of May, 1980, and honor the sacrifice and the bravery of those Marines that gave their life for country. Able Seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine Seaman David Tucker, Marine Seaman Edward Williams, and Marine Seaman Austin Smith. We also salute Whitfield Neely, now Lieutenant Commander, as history records, who had been stationed on one of the captured craft, who collected all the survivors, 4 of whom were wounded. Madam Speaker, these acts of sacrifice and bravery of these men ought not to receive gratuitous submissions, but they ought to urge us to see their acts of valor as a guiding light for our present and future endeavors as a people and as a nation. There will forever be lessons in their legacy and their legendary selfless acts of sacrifice, lessons of duty to country, commitment, bravery, sacrifice, courage, and love of country. Madam Speaker, as a citizen of this great country, I cannot help but see their courage, their bravery in the broad context and the instructive light in which their legacy should point us to as a nation. In our 50th year of independence, their courage should not be simply quantified in the moment we memorialize today, though justified, but to ask, where is our courage today, and how will that courage craft a transformed Bahamas over the next 50 years? These men of valor, through the sacrifice of their very lives, have given the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the Bahamian people an historical reflection and reference point that time cannot diminish and that will never elude our consciousness. They have given to us, as citizens of this great Commonwealth of the Bahamas, our most fervent and greatest inheritance, our duty to country. In this 50th year, we honor their sacrifice and that of their families and the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Madam Speaker, in our commitment and as an everlasting honor to these men of valor, we offer these 4 words: we shall never forget. Madam Speaker, as a citizen of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and on behalf of my family and that of the constituents of St. Barnabas, we salute and honor the brave men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. It will never escape us the importance of your duty to our country and how that is acted out in every single day. And in a time where we are poised to teach future generations about the significance of sacrifice for country and what that entails, You have and you continue to show what the epitome of bravery and courage means to a grateful nation. May God bless the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
Madam Speaker, this morning I rise on behalf of the people of Tall Pines to give God thanks and to join my colleagues in paying tribute to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and members whose lives were changed forever on Saturday, May the 10th, 1980, while on board the HMBS Flamingo. While most Bahamians at the time would have been completing Saturday chores, enjoying an afternoon outing with their families, or preparing for Mother's Day, the 19 crew members of the HMBS Flamingo experienced one of the darkest days in the history of our country. Just weeks after official establishment of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, tragedy struck our country, and the loss of 4 dedicated young officers in the line of duty and honor happened. Today, Wednesday, May 10th, 2023, some 43 years later, we remember able Seaman Frederick Stirrup, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, David Tucker, Edward Williams, who lost their young lives after the HMBS Flamingo was aggressively attacked and sunk by Cuban fighter jets. We also remember the 15 crew members who had to swim for their lives and avoid gunfire with uncertainty to continued safety or survival. We remember all of them today, not only for their sacrifice, but also for their service to our nation. These young men were some of the first seamen who were willing to answer the call to service in the newly formed Royal Bahamas Defense Force. They were patriots who were willing to risk their lives to protect our sovereignty, our people, and our way of life. They were role models for all of us, embodying the ideals of duty, honor, and country. Madam Speaker, as we pay tribute to these fallen heroes, we honor their families who have endured pain of loss for over 4 decades. We acknowledge their sacrifice and express our gratitude for their unwavering support of their loved ones' service to country. We can never fully comprehend the depth of their loss, but we hope that they would take comfort in knowledge that our love for country and our love for our nation exists and is growing deeper and deeper day by day. Madam Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force has been such a staple in our nation's security in this country that it's difficult to believe that they're just 43 years old. So as we celebrate 50 years of accomplishments, achievements, and acceleration, we acknowledge the vision of the father of our nation, Sir Lyndon Oscar Pillin, for this agency that patrols, protect, and secure our precious archipelago. An agency that today has expanded with loyal service of dedicated men and women who are committed to guarding our heritage and our safety and well-being. Madam Speaker, today as we pause to remember the HMBS Flamingo incident, it does not mean that we remember today and forget tomorrow. We must remember each time we see a Royal Bahamas Defense Force uniform. Each time we hear the story of apprehension at the high seas, and each time as we gain new recruits or lose devoted members who have passed on while serving this honorable country. Madam Speaker, we must never forget the bravery and selflessness of those men, and many of their memories must continue and inspire us so that we can strive as a country to produce citizens who honor and who serve with distinction. Madam Speaker, I fully support the resolution in designating May 10th of each year HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. May God continue to bless the family of the fallen, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, only through God's grace and mercy today to support this resolution. As I rise today, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this most important and long overdue move to further honor the 19 crew members of the HMBS Flamingo, and in particular, Able Seaman Frederick Stirrup, Marine Seaman David Tucker, Marine Seaman Edward Williams, and of course, Austin Smith. In doing so, Madam Speaker, I recall the words engraved on a cenotaph in the heart of this city. Bahamians, this of you be said, that you who live are worthy of your dead. These gave their lives, that you who live may reap a richer harvest ere you fall asleep. Madam Speaker, today it is almost impossible for this generation to fathom the events which took place in May of 1980, when our peaceful country was the victim of an unprovoked, horrific attack. To place the attack in its context, the Bahamas was less than a decade old, and the Pinland administration saw the need for a defense force. This move, Madam Speaker, proved most controversial in some quarters. However, the Pinland administration pressed on. Some of our finest men were recruited to form this new force, and in spite all of the challenges, Madam Speaker, the defense force was created. The events of May 10th, 1980, took place within weeks of the force's creation. This attack was not an incidental sinking, but a horrific, unacceptable incursion on our sovereignty. Madam Speaker, the records would show, in the first attack, 2 Cuban military fighter jets buzzed Flamingo, firing their machine guns in the side and directly in front of the Flamingo. About 40 minutes later, the jets returned and began a second assault of rockets and machine gun fire hitting the ship. Whilst our men desperately sought to escape the vessel, the jets returned, shelling the surrounding waters with machine gun fire and tearing apart the 2 lifeboats. After the fighter jets disappeared, a military helicopter remained in the area until the Flamingo was completely sunk. The attack continued, Madam Speaker, the following day, when Cuba fighter jets, along with a large-range transport aircraft and a helicopter, carried out simulated attacks and actually landed in Duncan Town, terrorizing the community for over 3 hours. Madam Speaker, I can recall this event at the age of, I was 13 years of age, and my Aunt Portia Taylor, then an operator at BTC, but telco, when island-to-island calls, remember we had to plug in. She was one of those persons who received the many calls from ragged islanders in a complete panic from the Cuban attack on their island. It was only when US fighter jets were sent to that area that the attack ended. These were truly very scary times. The attack, Madam Speaker, was of significance as it was the top story on the front page of the New York Times, and I would like to table the article, Madam Speaker. And I'll just read 1 or 2 paragraphs. This is the New York Times, May 12, 1980. According to a Bahamian government statement, Cuban planes later made simulated runs on Bahamian aircrafts engaged in receiving the survivors, and a Cuban helicopter landed down briefly on Bahamian territory. Mr. Hanna, and they're speaking of the Honorable Arthur D. Hanna, who was the Deputy Prime Minister, acting Prime Minister at the time, emerged from a late-night meeting of the Bahamian cabinet to tell reporters that his government had protested in the strongest possible terms to Cuban authorities and planned to raise the matter as soon as possible with the United Nations Security Council. The Bahamian Prime Minister, Lyndon O. Pinlin, was in London, and Mr. Hanna said he would be returning home as soon as possible. Mr. Pinlin, he said, had been furious upon receiving news of the attack. The Bahamian government received a cable last night from Cuban officials, stated Mr. Hanna, that they had believed the patrol boat was a pirate ship that attacked one of their vessels. This is an official correspondence from Cuba to our government. Madam Speaker, I would just wish to acknowledge that I believe that it was perhaps the most challenging event of the Honorable Arthur D. Hanna as acting Prime Minister, and I think he did us extremely well.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have sought to briefly outline the key elements of the attack because it is important for the record that we acknowledge that this was no ordinary event. And able seamen Stirrup, Tucker, Williams, and Smith were no ordinary men, nor were their colleagues. Indeed, the bravery of the survivors in the aftermath of the tragedy demonstrated that those who lived proved themselves worthy of their dead. What is most notable to me, Madam Speaker, is that even though they were under attack, their vessels destroyed, their colleagues killed, the surviving members of the Flamingo's crew did not abort their mission and returned to Ragged Island with their prisoners. Madam Speaker, over the next days and weeks following the attack, I believe every Bahamian mother cried, wept, and prayed as though they lost their very own son. This was particularly significant as the attack and death of the Marines occurred on the Mother's Day weekend. Madam Speaker, I could recall all our churches and pastors opening their doors for continuous prayers for the fallen men, their families, and the nation. Here we were, a few years from independence, under attack. What does this mean for us? Well, at our darkest hour came an absolute resolve. This nation and its people would stand and, if necessary, fight. Bahamians were and remain united in our resolve to protect and preserve the territorial integrity of our Bahamas. The bravery of the men of Flamingo was inspirational, and I can recall feeling like I too could take on the world. A few years later, I joined the Royal Bahamas Police Force on my 18th birthday. Today, a grateful nation salutes and honors 19 of its finest sons. The bravery of the Flamingo's captain, crew, and the ultimate sacrifice of the fallen are a foundational symbol of our nation's history. The attack and valiant response of our Marines are a seminal moment in our history whose importance cannot be understated. Madam Speaker, we remember them, the survivors of the HMBS Flamingo, and the many officers who worked continuously and tirelessly to protect and preserve the territorial integrity of the Bahamas. I began, Madam Speaker, with the inscription on the cenotaph. Now I pose the question, are we who live truly worthy of our dead? Today, there are so many instances where persons in our uniformed forces have paid far too high a price for serving, and insufficient has been done to help and support them and their families. I recall, on the 5th of August, 1994, the HMBS Montague intercepted 2 Honduran fishing vessels with some 120 Honduran fishermen on board. As darkness fell, the fishermen became hostile and, having broken away from the HMBS Montague, kidnapped able seaman Anthony Archer, Marine mechanic Solomon McKinsey, able mechanic Sean Roll, and able seaman Lorenzo Carey. The officers were threatened with death, tied up, and held at knife point. The hostile Honduran fishermen held these men captive for more than a week before arriving with them in Honduras. The officers were subsequently released, Madam Speaker, after 8 days and returned to the Bahamas. On the 13th of June, the crew of HMBS Cascarilla was forced to return fire at a fishing vessel registered in the Dominican vessel after being first fired upon by the crew of that vessel on the Great Bahama Bank. On the 10th of November 2018, Dominican poachers engaged the Royal Bahamas Defense Force in a shootout on the high seas before more than 100 of them were arrested. On the 5th of September, HMBS Bahamas, under the command of Senior Lieutenant Alexis Brown, was rammed following the hostile interception of a Dominican fishing vessel. Madam Speaker, the risks to our uniformed officers go far beyond physical threats. I think of leading seaman Jeffrey Gibson, who lost his life at sea when the Dominican vessel was intercepted and being towed by the Royal Bahamas Defense Force capsized and sank with him being trapped on board. I think of young Marine Anthony Brent Neely, whose life was lost when the Defense Force vessel on which he was traveling hit an object and he was ejected and met his untimely demise. I think of Marine Seaman Fisher and all the others, hard-working, dedicated officers asked to undertake a number of dives to assist in the retrieval of bodies after an incident involving a sunken migrant vessel. The same was a gruesome one, Madam Speaker, and the trauma of the incident triggered significant issues for the officers. The officers ultimately departed the force, unable to cope. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the safety net was inadequate and the outcome was less than desirable. Families, Madam Speaker, give us their finest sons and daughters, and after their service, after injury, after the damage, how do we fail to provide adequate support and care? Madam Speaker, today, our officers are charged with patrolling and protecting our waters. We send them out there and ask them to respond to whatever they find, from economic migrants to fishermen opening fire to our war on drugs. These men and women are the front line in this country's defense. Yes. In sending our forces out, we must continue to ensure that should any of them, Madam Speaker, pay the ultimate price or otherwise suffer physical or mental trauma, the officers and or their families are adequately cared for. It is as simple as that. Bahamians, this of you be said, that you who live are worthy of your dead. These gave their lives that you who live may reap a richer harvest ere you fall asleep. We must continually work to ensure that this statement remains true, Madam Speaker. There are past failures that must be right, and this government, Madam Speaker, is committed to do all it can to support our uniformed forces. We will be measured by our actions, Madam Speaker, and not by our words. May God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and preserve all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution that recognizes and remembers the tragic but heroic events of May 10, 1980. Madam Speaker, I also want to take this time to recognize officers of the Bahamas Defense Force, Commodore King, and the men and women, some of whom are represented today, that stand and serve our country. Madam Speaker, in the famous Navy hymn, Eternal Father, Strong to Save, there is a stanza that reminds us of the dangers that brave men and women of Navy organizations encounter in the execution of their duties. The hymn's composer wrote, and I quote, "Upon the chaos, dark and rude, and bid its angry tumult cease, and give for wild confusion peace. O hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea." End quote. As we gather, Madam Speaker, some 43 years since the tragic event of Saturday, May 10, 1980, and under the glare of the 50th anniversary of our nation's birth, we pause to remember the crew of HMBS Flamingo and their sacrifice in protecting our nation's sovereignty. Madam Speaker, national sovereignty is a simple idea, but a key hallmark of statehood. The Bahamas is an independent nation governed by the Bahamian people that controls its own affairs. Hence, the attack on the crew of HMBS Flamingo less than 50 days after the Royal Bahamas Defense Force became an official entity in Bahamian waters was a serious violation of our nation's sovereignty. Bahamian history books tells us that all except 4 of the crew survived the attack from the Cuban jet fighters. The bodies of able seaman Fenric Stirrup and Marine seaman Austin Smith, Marine seaman David Tucker, and Marine seaman Edward Williams, all young Bahamian men under the age of 22, were never recovered. Indeed, our nation is grateful for the service of the crew of HMBS Flamingo and the service of our Royal Bahamas Defense Force. As a demonstration of our country's immense gratitude, the 4 crewmen who died were awarded the Order of the Lignum Vitae, and the other crew members were awarded medals for acts of bravery during the national honors of 2022. And today, our flag is being flown at half-mast in remembrance of the bravery shown by the men of the HMBS. Madam Speaker, the bombing of the HMBS was a defining moment for our country, and the heroic efforts of the crew deserve to be properly documented in the annals of history. In our quest to tell our story and pass it on to future generations, we must seek to document through film and cinematography the events of the 10th of May, 1980. 43 years from now, every Bahamian must know the events we observe today, like the film adaptation of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the attack on the HMBS, and the response of our country's leaders at the time deserve to be recorded in film. In doing so, we not only honor the memory of the crew, but we preserve the historical significance of that day for generations of Bahamians unborn. As we march on towards 50 years of independence, we must use the lives and contributions of the crewmen of HMBS to inspire our young men throughout the Bahamas to be of service to their communities and our nation. After all, our country is best served when our young men make positive contributions. We must also continue to invest in the upgrade and expansion of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to ensure that our borders and marine resources are protected. We must cultivate a deep appreciation and respect for the men and women who guard our heritage. The recognition of these men and women through our national honors should not be an exception, but the norm. Madam Speaker, the last stanza of the hymn, Eternal Father, strong to save, seeks God's protection and guidance. The verse goes, and I quote, "Our brethren shield in dangers are, from rock and tempest, fire and foe. Protect them whosoe'er they go. Thus evermore shall rise to thee glad hymns of praise from land and sea." End quote. And as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, I wish to place on record the Member of Parliament for Elizabeth is grateful for the contributions and sacrifices of the crew of HMBS Flamingo, and we are ever grateful for the continued work of the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force for the protection of the sovereignty of the Bahamas. And I would not sit before I state how proud I am to be Bahamian, to know that this heroic act is a part of our history, even just mere 50 days or less than after establishing a Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And as they sit in the gallery with their white, adorned in the white uniform with the stripes and the pins and all of the other official names of what they're wearing, I don't want to get anything. I am so proud of what they offer for our country. I am so proud when I see them serve in our ceremonies. It is an honor to watch them do their job as they continue to protect our country. And I want them to know I'm thankful as a Bahamian to know I have bragging rights for the service that they do in protecting our borders. As we state in our national anthem, till the road you've trod lead unto your God. Bahamians, especially Royal Bahamas Defense Force, march on, Bahama land. May God bless the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many,
Thank you, Madam
the chair
Speaker.
recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I rise as the Member of Parliament for the great constituency of St. Anne's, I wish to first confirm my support for the resolution before the House today. Madam Speaker, back in May of 2021, I had the pleasure of working alongside members of the 24th entry of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. They were carrying out one of their, I think, annual community service days, and they were renovating and building a structure on Step Street for an elderly woman who obviously had challenges then, but it was great to know of the outreach that members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force make in their personal time and with their personal monies. It's truly something that I think the public is not aware of. We hear of charitable organizations that are dedicated to that type of outreach, getting the recognition, but the men and the women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, particularly of the 24th entry, impressed me on that day, Madam Speaker, and I know there are stories of great achievements that we as Bahamians, the majority of us, will never know, will never appreciate, and will always take for granted until it's thrown in our face. One such day, Madam Speaker, where the sacrifices of the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force came to our attention was the day of May 10th, 1980, the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo. This happened within 6 weeks of the formation of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. It served to unite our country. The shock of the attack, Madam Speaker, our sovereignty as an independent nation had been challenged. Our people had died. Madam Speaker, as we've heard today from different members of the House, what had happened was the HMBS Flamingo, under the command of Mr. Roll, came across two poaching vessels in Bahamian waters. They gave chase, and about an hour after they began giving chase, they came to the vessels, took them into custody, and arrested the poachers, Cuban nationals, that were on board. That, Madam Speaker, is something that stands out to me as an example of what our Royal Bahamas Defense Force men and women do to this day. But on that very important day, shortly after the formation of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, they pulled off up until that point without incident. The Cubans may have claimed that there was a mistake as to the involvement of the vessel, that it was a pirate vessel. It's been said that Adi Hanna dismissed that, and I dismiss that now as well, Madam Speaker. I've looked at the website of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and I've seen the details reported there of the incident. You had a Cuban jet fighter fly over the Bahamian HMBS Flamingo. This is a 103-foot gray military-style vessel. It shot bullets from its machine gun off the starboard side of the vessel, and it shot bullets from its machine gun across the front. That was seen to be a warning. The brave men of the HMBS Flamingo continued with their duties, and they began their route to Ragged Island. 1 hour later, Madam Speaker, the jets returned, this time firing not only on the HMBS Flamingo with machine guns, but also with rockets, with missiles, Madam Speaker, causing such damage to the ship that it burst into flames in the cockpit. And, Madam Speaker, lives at that point should be seen to have been lost. If that wasn't enough to see the vessel blown up and sinking, the sinking of that vessel was monitored by a Cuban military helicopter. Bahamian officers swimming in the waters around the vessel and around the arrested Cuban poaching vessels begun to get fired upon by the Cuban fighter jets. Those bullets raced into the water as the men in that open sea swam for their lives. That too may have been the point, Madam Speaker, where those 4 young Bahamian Defense Force men lost their lives. Their bodies were never found, Madam Speaker. This is a day in Bahamian history that I know we've remembered multiple times on an annual basis. But until you get into the details, until you appreciate what transpired on that day, you will take it for granted. I've previously taken it for granted, Madam Speaker. I think the last time this came up in the House, or we were looking at the national awards, I noticed there was nobody on the Lignum Vitae award list, and since that, the gentlemen that died that day have been added to the award list. Madam Speaker, May 10th, 1980 serves as a continuous reminder. We are not only Bahamian, but like the men who bravely served with Commander Amos Rule, on that fateful day, we are Bahamian patriots. Madam Speaker, may the souls of Fenric Stirrup, died at age 21, Austin Smith, died at age 21, David Tucker, died at age 21, and Edward Williams, died at age 23. May their souls rest in peace. And may their country march on, forward, onward, upward, together. Thank you, members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force here today, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, and distinguished men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, good afternoon. I rise on behalf of the resilient people of Pine Ridge to honor our fallen heroes of the HMBS Flamingo, Able Seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine Seaman Austin Rudolph Smith, Marine Seaman David Allison Tucker, and Marine Seaman Edward Arnold Williams. On this special occasion, we are also reminded of the sacrifice that our armed forces make every day and the oath that they have pledged to protect our country, our values, and so much that we hold dear. Madam Speaker, in saying their names, I would also like to hold space to honor Captain Whitfield Neely, who is still among us, ready and able to accept his flowers. This afternoon, I also remember and recognize his fearlessness. Because of their courageous act of bravery in the line of duty, Bahamians that understand their sacrifice revere their names as they echo through history as a reminder of just how fragile safety is when taking the solemn oath to serve and protect our borders. Their fortitude has left an indelible mark on the Bahamas, and it is our duty to ensure that their memory lives on. These brave men gave their lives to defend our freedom and protect our country's interests. We must always remember the debt we owe them and all of our servicemen and women. I recognize Commodore Dr. Raymond King of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and the families of our fallen heroes who are here with us today. Madam Speaker, I wish to applaud the directive by the member for Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador, and our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, to honor these men and shine a light on their legacy today. We must never forget their service and continuously be reminded of the freedoms we have as a result of their commitment to national security and safety. Pine Ridge supports the resolution to designate the 10th day of May in each year as National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. May their names be etched in our nation's memory forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Garden Hills.
Honor, Madam Speaker.
Microphone.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand in the land of the living another day here in this beautiful Bahama land and to represent the great people of the Garden Hills constituency. Madam Speaker, on October 28, 1975, Sir Lyndon Pindling said, and I quote, "What I would like to see is a force which will not only safeguard our sovereignty and independence, but would also rescue lives at sea. A force which not only will keep out poachers and smugglers, but will also man our lighthouses and watch our sea lanes. A force which not only will help keep the peace, but will also supply food and emergency relief to our island's community ravaged by dangerous hurricanes, or take the needed medical service to isolated communities. A force which not only will exemplify discipline, but will also exemplify the same by example in our communities where they may help repair schools and roads and drains. I see a People's Defense Force," end quote. Madam Speaker, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force was established approximately 4 years after Sir Lyndon articulated his vision in March 1980. 6 short weeks later, on May 10th, the HMBS Flamingo was attacked by Cuban fighters, jets, and helicopters while arresting Cuban poachers in Bahamian waters near Key Santo Domingo. When those courageous 18 men set sail 2 days earlier from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Coral Harbor Base to patrol our waters, I am sure none of them fathomed meeting the fate that they did. They did not expect to be shot at in their own waters. They did not expect for the ships to sink or to be followed on Rugged Island by fully armed Cuban fighters. Madam Speaker,
the names of Commander Amos Roll and the crew of the HMBS Flamingo should be household name in this country. Our children should be taught of the bravery and patriotism demonstrated by this team of Marines of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. While a memorial has been erected at the Coral Harbor base, the names of able seaman Fendrick Sturrock, Marine seaman Austin Rudolph Smith, Marine seaman David Tucker, and Marine seaman Edward Williams, who perished protecting our sovereignty and natural resources, whose bodies were never recovered, should be etched in a place of prominence where all Bahamians can view them and know of their significance. Madam Speaker, the vision of the father of the nation, the Right Honorable Sir Lyndon Pinling, lives on today. As we speak here, there are brave men and women from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Marines patrolling our waters to ward off would-be poachers, smugglers, and illegal entrants. To this day, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force is the first on the ground before and after devastating natural disasters. To this day, the Defense Force embodies and carries out the vision by which they were established and much more. We sincerely owe them a debt of gratitude for their excellent, steadfast, and courageous service. Madam Speaker, as we draw near to 50 years of independence as a nation, our moments of reflection should not only be on what we have accomplished materially in economics, trade, investment, technology, financial service, and others, but where we are as a collection of souls called Bahamians. Are we evolving in a path that continues the patriotism of those that the time all have been varied off the trail that has been blazed for us by those whose vision we now live out? Madam Speaker, not only was the Flamingo incident a tragedy, but it was an international incident that tested the fledgling Commonwealth of the Bahamas. We overcome that test and have overcome many others since then. We must now overcome the test before us today. We must ensure that though we welcome people from other countries and cultures, the Bahamian culture must remain foremost in this country. We must ensure that we address the social ills that plagues us, the gun violence that is enriching the graveyard with the potential of mostly our young men, that we supply our children with a full and marketable education as our present minister is doing. It is our duty to ensure that Bahamians are able to feel a part of and own this country that those Marines were attacked and died protecting. Madam Speaker, we have a country that is attractive to others because they can see the great potential that lies here. They can visualize how the potential can be positively exploited to their advantage. There are many who can boast that this little Bahamas has made them great fortune. We must ensure that as we move forward as a nation and as a people, that we develop our country in a way that more of the inheritors can have that same testimony. Madam Speaker, as we remember the fallen and commemorate the day of the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo, we should strive to foster the virtues displayed by our Marines that fateful day. We must be bold in our patriotism. We must be courageous in guarding our sovereignty and natural resources. We must be dedicated to the task at hand. For them, it was bringing poachers to justice. For us in this place, it is leading a country of people to the next level in our history. Madam Speaker, we must serve with distinction as they did. The men of the HMBS Flamingo served the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and his people admirably. May the souls of the fallen rest in peace. Garden Hills supports this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. Votes. I think they want
Good afternoon. Madam Speaker, our guests, our many guests, my colleagues opposite, a pleasant good afternoon. I rise on behalf of the great people of Marathon and to affirm my commitment to the resolution and also to pay tribute to the 4 brave men who have laid down their life for this great generation and for those who have survived. President Kennedy once said, and I quote, "A nation reveals itself not only by the men it produces, but also by the men it honors and the men it remembers." Madam Speaker, less than 6 weeks after the official establishment of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Commodore Amos Rolle and his crew on board the HMBS Flamingo found themselves in the midst of a battle that they did not choose. This group of brave Bahamian men were attacked and forced to defend the sovereignty of our nation. Tragically, 4 of them have lost their lives. Madam Speaker, today I salute the courage, skill, and sacrifice of those surviving Marines and celebrate the bravery of able seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine seaman Austin Smith, David Tucker, and Edward Williams in the attack 43 years ago when I was only 4 years old. This single, unsolicited act of cowardice brought our nation to its knees during the tragic sinking of the fateful sea vessel. Madam Speaker, as we pause to remember this national tragedy, let us consider the impact it has on us as a people almost 50 years later. These young men choose a life of service to their country. And I would ask that question to all of us in here today, with the exception of our Marines. How many of us would be bold enough to make the same sacrifices today? I know the honorable member for Freetown said he don't think that would be him, and I respect that. Let me say that I was one of those bold soldiers who did. As a semi-military, and if you want to say soldier, I served 27 years in the Royal Bahamas Police Force and served in many capacities. And while all of my colleagues and my colleagues opposite stood, and I know that they really care for you, they appreciate your service, and they send tributes to the fallen men. There are very few of us in here can say, I know how that feels. And very few of us can say, I was just close to it. We've worked, and I've worked in the Criminal Investigation Department, and I've worked on the street, in ambushed, battle, survived. And of course, I would say you are bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. So I know how it feels. But I thank God for my survival and yours. And we talked about the beautiful uniform. My uniform was beautiful too. May not have been as sharp as yours. But there is one thing that we all share together. We're disciplined, but there is something that the ordinary man do not see with the military man. That when you get dressed to go, the inside is what they don't see. You're strong and courageous, and I salute you for that. And if we think about it, Madam Speaker, those men died in battle, and in doing so, they would have made us a stronger Bahamas. It was the ultimate act of patriotism. Though they have transitioned physically, their legacies are etched in the annals of our nation and secured for generations to come. As we reflect on the memories of our Defense Force officers, we fervently pray that their unselfish acts of service inspire courage, faithfulness, and loyalty, even to our newcomers. Madam Speaker, I just want to pause on this one thing. Every day that I woke up as a police officer and had to go to work, I didn't know if that would have been my last day, but I went anyway, and I salute you for doing the same. There are quite a number of law enforcement officers who stared death in the face and made death stand down. Among them, our current Commissioner of Police, Mr. Clayton Fernando, just an example. But the love from his family and friends helped him to fuel the faith and determination of Commissioner Fernando, who was shot multiple times about his body to defy the odds. And one other example that I would give is Superintendent Eugene Strawn, who I had an opportunity to work with as a speed cop. He terrified me every day with his story of being shot while he intercepted robbery. He reminded me of every day. And today he lived with one kidney. I always tell him, don't tell me the story anymore, you're making me scared. But we continue on in the fight of serving our country. As we remember and reflect on this deadly and unprovoked attack on our nation, we are mindful of those officers, of course, who have also died in the line of duty. We must all live to fulfill our purpose and impact our future. Our 4 Defense Force officers died so that we may live. Those who survived, survive so that we may live. Let us continue to honor, celebrate the lives of our men, and commit to continuing their battle to defend our sovereignty as the greatest little country in the world. And I end by paying tribute to the mighty men of valor today. We remember that they did not die in vain, nor did you survive in vain. And our nation is stronger for your sacrifice. Madam Speaker, thank you. May God bless the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member Izamini. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Baines and Grandstown.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be extremely brief today. Madam Speaker and members of this Honorable House of Assembly, I say good day to you. I rise on behalf of the great people of Baines and Grandstown in support of this resolution. Madam Speaker, May 10th, 1980, I was a young man in Hawksville High School. I can recall receiving the news and I could vividly remember the feeling of grief that I, my peers, and many Bahamians felt when they heard of the news of this particular tragedy. May 10th was a sad and somber day in the Bahamas. Very sad, very somber. There was a feeling of, oh my God, is the Bahamas under attack by Cuba? What will we do? How will we fare against a country as large as Cuba? Are we as a country ready for war? Madam Speaker, I could remember the empathy expressed by our then Prime Minister, Sir Lyndon Pinley. I also remembered his resolve to ensure that justice will be sought and sought vigorously because of the unjust attack on the HMBS Flamingo. Madam Speaker, I was proud to be Bahamian. I was proud to be a young man, and I felt a sense of courage, ready to serve and ready for battle. But Madam Speaker, I was too young at the time to serve. But 5 years later, I enlisted in the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Still etched in my mind the sacrifices that were made and the loss of life of our 4 fallen Bahamian brothers and soldiers. I beg leave, Madam Speaker, to mention one more time the names of these heroes in this House of Assembly: Frederick Stirrup, David Tucker, Edward Williams, and Austin Smith. I say, may their souls and the souls of the faithfully departed continue to rest in peace. Madam Speaker, I said I'll be really brief because a lot have been said. But as the Member of Parliament for Baines and Grandstown, I say thank you to our fallen heroes. Thank you to their families. And thank you to those officers who remain. Thank you to the brave men and women who continue to serve in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force on our high seas, despite the attack some 43 years ago. To the Commodore, Dr. Raymond King, heads of the command, and all officers within the ranks of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, I say to you, continue to press on. Continue to protect our seas. Be encouraged and fortified as I, along with many Bahamians, support your work and your efforts. Madam Speaker, a famous adage says, and I quote, "All things happen for a reason." And the events of May 10, 1980, some 43 years ago, served to solidify the Bahamian sovereignty. Madam Speaker, I have immediate family members, my brother, my nephew, my first cousin, and many constituents who serve on the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. And I pray for their safety every day, especially when they say, I going out to sea. I pray for their safety. But before I take my seat, I applaud this administration. I applaud the Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Davis, for this resolution passed in this House of Assembly after 43 years of this event happening, dubbing May 10th as the National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. I applaud us. Madam Speaker, As Bahamians, we are all directly or indirectly impacted by the events of May 10, 1980. And I pray that an event of this nature would never occur again in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Being and grandson supports, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member.
Madam
for West
Speaker, as we
Bahama.
near the 1 o'clock hour, I'm asking the House to extend beyond 1 o'clock so as to complete the contributions by members.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. All, as many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House will proceed beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unlike the member for Freetown, I did desire to enlist in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. But I'm not going to make it about me. That's another story for another day. But I did wish to enlist when I was 18, but we'll talk about that another time. I tell you. Madam Speaker, of course, first and foremost, I must salute my good constituent, the distinguished Commodore, Dr. Raymond King of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Of course, to the other officers of the Defense Force, including my schoolmate and another good constituent of Golden Gates, Charles Greenslade. Golden Gates has a number of distinguished
The Commissioner and the
Royal
Commodore.
Bahamas Defense Force and Police Force and Correction. I mean, we have full military
Commissioner as well.
representation. Commissioner of Police Clayton Fernandez is a good constituent of Golden Gates. We safe in Golden Gates. I have to salute the survivors that are here today. I have to chime in with my colleagues and salute you who are here in the gallery for personally being here to hear us, honorable members, pay tribute to that day, the commemoration of the tragic HMBS Flamingo incident. Madam Speaker, I was only 3 years old, but I would like to salute my husband, who was, and we celebrate 23 years of marriage next week. But my husband was a former Marine of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. He was Entry 5, Herman Gator Role. And during the time he served in the Transport and Administration Department of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force that I was in 1980. And he was the driver to Commodore Swinley and Commodore Leon Smith. But he was also the driver on duty who collected the survivors from the Prince George Wharf when they returned to Nassau after that horrific and tragic attack. And he had several squad mates from New Entry 5 that were aboard that ship. Whitfield Neely, Anthony Russell, Leopold Kirby, Wilfred Sands, and one that he would never see again, Edward Williams. So, also to my husband, I salute you, former Marine. Madam Speaker, I rise to give tribute to what is quite possibly the single greatest showing of patriotism in our nation's 50-year history. I cannot express sufficiently how honored I am to stand in this place and have the opportunity on public record to convey my own personal gratitude for the sacrifices that were made on May 10th, 1980. But more importantly, for the continued dedication to service many of the members of that faithful crew displayed, some of whom served this nation for decades after the incident. Madam Speaker, the events of that day to the minds of many are something that is unimaginable. It's something so terrifying that I'm not sure we as a nation could completely appreciate the crippling effect a situation as such would have on the average man, despite the efforts of the crew over the years to articulate in fine detail the events of that day. Madam Speaker, as a mother, I perish the thought of what it must have been like for the mothers of those 18, 19, 20, 21-year-olds to hear of a tragedy that transpired at sea, somewhere far away from Nassau, the day before Mother's Day nonetheless, involving their sons. Madam Speaker, it is also worthy of mention that at the time of the attack by the Cubans on the HMBS Flamingo, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force had only been officially commissioned by an act of Parliament approximately 6 weeks. The independent Bahamas had only existed for about 7 years, and much of Flamingo's crew on that day were men under the age of 25. These were incredibly young men, actively serving a very young force, who were all very intentional about the protection of the territory of a very young nation. Madam Speaker, I am very honored to have an opportunity to be a part of this administration in the 50th year of this nation's independence and support this resolution for the HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day in making the men who served aboard that ship a national symbol of patriotism. It's my view that we ought to speak their names more, and we ought to mention them in our public spaces more often. We must see to it that they are mentioned in the classrooms and the corridors of our learning institutions. And I thank the honorable member for Engliston for the assemblies and all that is being done in the schools, because from the precious formative years of primary school or preschool all the way up to university level, we should call their names. Madam Speaker, the Marines that lost their lives that day made the ultimate sacrifice, and yes, those names should live on for at least 1,000 more years. Madam Speaker, I want to join with my colleagues and call their names on the record of this House as symbols of nationalism and patriotism. Among those who have died are Commanding Officer Senior Lieutenant Amos Roll, Wilfred Sands, Leopold Kirby, Oscar Miller, and the fateful four, David Tucker, Austin Smith, Edward Williams, and Fenric Stirrup. Among the living, and in my view, pioneers in national patriotism are Captain Anthony Allens, Peter St. James, Gregory Curry, Allens is from Golden Gates, Denzel Clark, Trevor Sands, Eugene Thompson, John Wallace, Anthony Russell, Willard Sanders, Whitfield Neely, and Cladwell Farrington, who I understand was the first to know that the ship was actually under attack after the first missile landed in his lap in the radio room of the Flamingo, causing hot, melting metal to burn into his skin as he made his escape. He tells of these things in his book that is recently authored and available on Amazon, and these are the stories that we must never let die. We must have these stories told over and repeatedly until the name Whitfield Neely becomes as synonymous with being a national hero as Woodes Rogers. The names like Gregory Curry, Denzel Clark, Anthony Russell, and Eugene Thompson should become equally as common and significant to every Bahamian as Carmichael, Bernard, Wolf, and Blue Hill Road. This is what we must aspire toward, and that is what I believe we are witnessing today and will continue to witness within this administration's term. Madam Speaker, often in the story of the HMBS Flamingo, we hear of the sunken ship, we hear of the Cuban MiGs, and we hear of the responding American fighter jets. But I believe that we need to hear more of is the story of the 19 brave men that fought, the 4 that lost their lives, and the legacy that these men built in their organization, their community, their families, all while continuing to give their lives in service of the Bahamian people in the aftermath of this horror. Yes. I am pleased to have this privilege, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the years to come with us memorializing all of these men in a monumental way, memorializing them in a way that makes up for any misgivings and misappropriations they have felt in the past. But most of all, Madam Speaker, I look forward to us memorializing them in a way that leaves no uncertainty in minds of these heroes that live and walk among us, or anyone else for that matter, of how grateful this member, this nation is to these men for their service and for their sacrifice. Today is a good day, Madam Speaker, National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. To God be the glory, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for
Madam Speaker, I
Killarney.
was not going to make any contribution, but as I listened to all my colleagues and the events of what's happening today, it's essential that I speak on behalf of Kalani because they will be listening and I will be chastised if I don't. But Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of Kalani to support this resolution. And Madam Speaker, I had left Parliament and had to return. I had not realized that the traffic was so thick outside, nor did I realize that I was not in shape as I thought. And I had to abandon my car on Market Street and walk here so as to say a few words. But Madam Speaker, I need not repeat the events of what happened in May 1980. It has been spoken of quite eloquently. The names have been mentioned repeatedly, and I need not repeat that. But Madam Speaker, when Sir Lyndon Pinlan had first formed the Defense Force, he had several things in mind. And the most important thing which encapsulated everything was safety. And the members of the Defense Force have demonstrated that they have succeeded in the dreams and wishes of Sir Lyndon Pinlan, in that they have demonstrated and secured our borders. They have demonstrated and secured our marine life, and as a result of that, had made great contribution to our economy. And by securing our borders, they've made great contributions to the immigration status and department. But Madam Speaker, we must go even further, and it's essential that all governments, we would have done our part, and the government must continue to do their part, that all the necessary equipment and tools that the Defense Force wants to continue to grow, we provide as much as possible within our limited budget. But it's essential to do that, Madam Speaker. And it's essential that we embark on whatever is necessary to help to attract individuals to the Defense Force, because they've been doing an excellent job, and I want to thank you for the job that you've done. The other component of safety Sir Lyndon was thinking about was safety encapsulating disaster, Madam Speaker. And that disaster can be in terms of war, which you've demonstrated, but that disaster can be in terms of pandemic health, in which they've demonstrated, and I can speak from experience, they have done a marvelous, outstanding job in delivering medication, foods, etc., to the various different islands. And disaster in terms of Hurricane Dorian, they've done a marvelous, tremendous job with their limited resources. And Madam Speaker, they were in those particular islands and demonstrated what was the dream of Sir Lyndon Pinlan. So Madam Speaker, with those few words, I want to say that I support the resolution, and I support this day being named National Flamingo Remembrance Day, and it would be etched in the minds of every Bahamian. However, you don't get a holiday on that day. And Madam Speaker, I only want to say one more word. I look forward to the reservists being extended like that of Jamaica, because I had wished that one day I could have joined the reserve, and still hope that I can join the reserve. Madam Speaker, the beauty about joining the reserve, and I hope that the Commodores and others would listen, the beauty about it is that you can join and become a part of the maritime, the vessels. I want to be on the sea and enjoy. I don't necessarily have to do much work, but I would enjoy the waters. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Kalani supports the resolution.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Centerville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great constituency of Centerville in support of this resolution. Former U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt once said, and I quote, "A good Navy is not a provocation to war. It is the surest guarantee of peace," end quote. On Saturday, May 10th, 1980, just a short time after the Royal Bahamas Defense Force became an official entity, the crew of one of its vessels, the HMBS Flamingo, was attacked, as we have heard many times over, by Cuban jet fighters. According to the captain of the HMBS Flamingo, the late Amos Roll, the crew was attempting to arrest 2 Cuban fishing vessels for poaching in Bahamian waters when the patrol boat was fired upon. Able Seaman Fenric Sturrock, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, Marine Seaman David Tucker, and Marine Seaman Edward Williams, officers of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, were killed in the attack. These men, all under the age of 22, died in fulfilling the organization's mandate, guarding our heritage. Indeed, the heroic actions of the captain and his crew, including those officers that were killed on that fateful day, leave an enduring legacy of commitment and fidelity to the values that uphold the Royal Bahamas Defense Force: fair play, accountability, integrity, transparency, honesty, fortitude, unity, leadership, and loyalty. As a grateful nation, we remember, and we will never forget. We honor the courage of the crew of the HMBS Flamingo, and we come in gratitude for their strength and dedication in the face of great danger, and we renew our nation's commitment to peace. Madam Speaker, today, as our nation's flags are flown at half-mast in remembrance of the crew, the questions, as I see them before us, are: how do we preserve the legacy of those we've lost? How do we honor the surviving crew members? And how do we live up to their example? We have already seen the answers in the decades since that fateful day. We've seen it in the growth, the modernization, and development of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force through initiatives like the Sandy Bottom Project. And we've seen it in collective gratitude through awarding of national honors to the crew members of HMBS Flamingo. However, perhaps the time has come for our country to seriously consider the expansion of the Rangers program, and perhaps even compulsory 2-year military service for young males, as our nation is grappling with an elevated homicide rate, with most victims and accused individuals being men under the age of 30. There is an urgent need, Madam Speaker, for the core values of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to be instilled in the young men of this nation. The image of the young Bahamian male in several recent instances, as young as 15 and 16 years, being charged with murder or other serious criminal offenses, stands in vivid contrast to the 4 young Bahamian men under the age of 22 sacrificing their lives in defense of our nation's sovereignty. We can stay true to the spirit of this day by defending not only our country, but also our ideals. In the 40+ years since the establishment of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the threats to our nation, for example, in the form of poaching and illegal migration, continue to pose a serious challenge. With our defenses stronger than ever before, we must continue to have young men and women join in the peaceful fight to guard our nation's heritage. Madam Speaker, may God bless the memory of those able seamen. May God continue to sustain the brave surviving crew members of HMBS Flamingo. May He watch over our guarantor of peace, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and all who protect us. And may God forever bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pinewood.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency to lend my support to this resolution. Madam Speaker, I would first like to acknowledge and commend those officers present and past of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Madam Speaker, we all in here have an affinity and love for the Defense Force. Myself being the father of able woman Marine Toy LaRoda, this force is especially special to me. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm also going to be very brief. But coming here today, before the House this morning, I met with the National Guard of Rhode Island, in particular, Major General Callahan. And I told him of today, what we were celebrating and are speaking. And it's so amazing that somebody not of this country could still give words that stay in your memory. He said, today should be equivalent to America's Memorial Day. And that is food for thought, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too would just like to read into the record those names of those great men, those heroes who were on that fateful day, who left out, of which 4 of them never returned. And Madam Speaker, again, a personal story. I remember my daughter's first deployment, and she came to see me, and I must admit I was a bit teary-eyed, and she was like, oh, come on, Daddy, it's just a deployment. I'll be back in 14 days. And I said, in 1980, a crew went out and 4 did not come back. And I think that has always stayed with me, and I think she appreciated that. But Madam Speaker, the names of Amos Roll, Anthony Allens, who is well known to me and a fellow lunch buncher with St. Barnabas, Whitfield Neely, Wilfred Orlando Sands, Peterson James, Denzel Clark, Gregory Harold Curry. And sir, I must say, I swore that I saw Joe Curry sitting over there this morning. I was just corrected that wasn't Joe. Yes. Oscar Renard Miller, Eugene Thompson, Anthony Russell, Leopold Kirby, Willard Sanders, Cladwell Farrington, Trevor Sands, John Wallace, and Fenric Stirrup, Austin Smith, David Tucker, Edward Williams. Madam Speaker, we've all heard today the stories regurgitated over and over of that fateful event. But sometimes what is lost in this story is those men got the job done. They left out, in performance of their duty, They had the most horrific, unprovoked experience that probably any soldier could have. Yet at the end of the day, 8 Cuban poachers were returned to the Bahamas for trial. Despite the horrific conditions that I don't know if I had to fend off Cubans or trying to preserve my life, that I would have the steadfastness to also realize that there was a job to be done while protecting myself. And I don't want us ever to lose that fact, because yes, we lost 4 of our greatest sons. Yes, it was a horrific event, but one thing we could say, those members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force who left harbor returned with the job being done. And I think for that, they should be commended. And Madam Speaker, yet again, I see a lot of the younger members have left, the recruits. But I was, on that day, I think me and Marco City would have been in grade 11. It was volleyball season. We were about to defeat R.M. Bailey for championship that year. So there are some things that I remember. You had already graduated. And so when it happened, or when the event happened, I remember future members of the force, and King and the other officers we know, Israel Agibo, who was also from Sunshine Park, and how it reverberated around the school. And it galvanized young men. I can't speak to the spike in service or those who may have volunteered, but it made us proud to be young Bahamians and to see young Bahamian men 7 years after independence, Madam Speaker. Let's look at this. Here we were having us, Bahamians, protecting us, not the British Navy or others. These were young Bahamians who got the job done, Madam Speaker. And so I say to those officers coming in, those recruits or the younger ones, your organization is one that you should be proud of, because we as Bahamians are very proud. And Pinewood lends its support to this resolution, Madam Speaker. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. God bless the Royal Bahamas Defense Force.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South and Central Andros.
We remember, Madam Speaker, and I join with you and my colleagues in welcoming those members who are here from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Commodore King, and all of its officers. And we appreciate them on this day and each and every day, Madam Speaker. I want to say thank you for them. Today I rise to speak for the great and strong people of Mangrove Key, Central, and South Andros, who gave me the opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. Madam Speaker, 43 years ago today, and I'm not sure whether I'm able to say I remember, because I'm actually 43, so I think I wouldn't include that in my speech. So, but Madam Speaker, our country experienced a tragedy that compelled us to examine our sovereignty and boldly decide how far we would go to defend our land and seas. The sinking of the HMBS Flamingo serves as a specific moment in our country's existence to reflect and advance our cause for the protection of our people, our resources, and our nationhood. Madam Speaker, the brave men and ladies who undoubtedly left home for an otherwise unremarkable patrol were witnesses to the circumstances that many face during war times, especially during a time of assumed peace. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that the circumstances of that day were pivotal in the charting of a way forward in supporting and defending our rights and responsibilities as a country. On this day, we are reminded that we are governed by the rule of law, which should compel us to examine our own actions and behaviors regarding the role of law enforcement and responses to its members. Madam Speaker, we live in a society that is deemed peaceful, subdued, and diplomatic. However, as a country, we should always be prepared to stand up, fight, and defend for our country with every breath in our bodies if the time calls for it. To be a Bahamian is to remember the Flamingo incident. Madam Speaker, not in celebration, but in realization and righteous indignation that, as the father of our nation once said, if Bahamians aren't prepared to stand up and fight and defend for their own Bahamas, then they don't deserve to have it. Madam Speaker, I pay tribute to the Marines who lost their lives, to the survivors whose memories are forever stained, and to the families who experienced grief before its rightful time, but also to the people in Ragged Island who shared in their trauma, and to the law enforcement agencies whose members put their lives on the line each and every day in service, and to a nation, Madam Speaker, whose responsibility it is to tell the story to our children and to highlight the need that national pride and unity ought not only be resurrected in tragedy, but also in celebration. We are all connected to the tragic events of HMBS Flamingo, but I know that Androsians are especially connected to it. And Madam Speaker, as I end, it is on their behalf that I recognize the valiant efforts of the men who sacrificed their lives and the survivors on board and in the neighboring islands who, on May the 10th, 1980, lived the day that we lodged in history and support this resolution. And may God continue to bless this great little nation we call home, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Seabreeze.
My fellow parliamentarians, members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, fellow Bahamians, good afternoon. We as Bahamians are surging ahead with an ever-increasing sense of national pride and patriotism as we travel on the road to 50. Bahamians throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are in celebration mode. A special thank you to the Road to 50 team for a successful Jubilee Day celebration. It was inspiring to see all of our talented children participating, to see Bahamian culture on full display, and to see us working together for a common, loftier goal. These goals of a bright future for our Bahama land can only be attained if we take a reverent look at our past and what brought us along this magnificent road to our 50th independence anniversary. A part of that history happened today, May 10th. On this day, 43 years ago, a tragic incident occurred that served as a lesson in the importance of Bahamian sovereignty and independence. When our borders were crossed and our dominion threatened, we found ourselves at a crossroads, and the decisions we made affected the trajectory of our nation. The year was 1980, just 7 years after we officially became an independent nation. What should have been a routine arrest of poachers in Bahamian waters turned into a military debacle. Cuban fishermen radioed back home and claimed that pirates had taken them. The Cuban military responded and opened fire on the HMBS Flamingo, although our vessel was clearly marked on all sides. Fighter jets rained down fire. 4 of our beloved Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers were killed, and the entire country was traumatized. We may be a small country, and yes, we were a new nation, freshly independent, but we had to show the world just how mighty we are. The sinking of the HMBS Flamingo and the killing of Defense Force Marine officers, Fenric Stirrup, David Tucker, Edward Williams, and Austin Smith are forever etched into our history as one of the most heart-wrenching moments in time. But true to form, our nation's leaders successfully navigated that time. The Cuban government's apology and subsequent compensation to the Bahamas government and our Marines was just a part of it. On a deeper level, we see just how the moves made by Sir Lyndon O'Pinling, Sir Arthur D. Hanna, Sir Clement T. Maynard, and the entire government of A New Bahamas laid the foundation for a nation that had to be respected, not just in this region, but in the entire world. The black, gold, and aquamarine is respected to this day. It is admired to this day. All around the world, the wonderful people of the Bahamas who represent their country are doing so in fine fashion. We are movers and shakers in communities across the globe. We are making a difference, and we must always remember how valuable we are and how powerful we are. We must be willing to take a stand against any injustice, any threat to our sovereignty and our peace. We must remember from whence we came and the road we have traveled to get here. The Bahamas has proven itself to not only a regional leader, but a global leader. Things have only come full circle for us as we celebrate 50 years of independence. When our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, takes to the world stage, he speaks not only for Bahamians, but he speaks for countries in this region and around the world. He has championed the rights of small island developing states and the need for their protection and funding against climate change. He has advocated for attention and investment for the Caribbean region, and he has boldly called for an end to sanctions long held against our Cuban neighbors. Without malice, without grudge, Prime Minister Davis has shown that the Bahamas knows the meaning of brotherly and sisterly love. To be able to put aside differences, find commonalities, and forge ahead for the progress of our nations is indeed a noble task. Let us all, as Bahamians, value our country and ourselves. Let us hold true to the Christian values upon which our country was founded. Let us honor the champions who have paved this road to 50 for us. And let us begin today to honor and love one another on a deeper level. We are our brother's keepers. We are world leaders. We are a formidable country with a great legacy and a great future ahead of us. On behalf of the great people of the Seabreeze constituency, I extend heartfelt condolences to the families of our noble Marines who have lost their lives serving our country. From the commander of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the able seamen, to all the uniformed forces who put their lives on the line for their country every day, we say thank you. We respect you, and we value your selfless service. The Marines we lost are gone, but they will never, ever be forgotten. Let us always honor their past, and let us always keep our eyes on the bright future ahead. I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Micah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to our fallen Defense Force Marines. Madam Speaker, while I did not know these officers who lost their lives personally, being away from the country during that time, I was somewhat familiar with how the fellow officers felt. caught being in such a conflict. I was told, however, that the Cuban fighter jets attacked the Defense Force vessels, which resulted in the sinking and loss of 4 of our Marines, while putting the remaining crew members' lives in fear. Madam Speaker, I could not believe what I heard, even though the force was relatively new. That conflict, Madam Speaker, reminds me of a shootout that I find myself in as a customs officer, along with other law enforcement officers, including 3 police officers, immigration officer, mainly the late Assistant Commissioner of Police Christopher McCoy, Constable Basil Higgs, Stafford Rule, and Immigration Officer Marcian Francis, along with others, while stationed on the island of Anagua, which too came under attack by hostile smugglers of foreign nationals. But thank God, Madam Speaker, for the assistance of Commodore, the late Leon Smith, Amos Roll, who flew to the island and gave us additional support. The incident, Madam Speaker, took the entire day before we were able to bring those men into custody after battling with them on the open seas. So I know how it feels. I was there. Fortunately, we were not injured, but cannot say the same thing for them. We brought them into custody. So, Madam Speaker, I felt the pain of all the family whose loved ones were involved in that incident. But survivors both, and unfortunately those brave men who lost their lives. Madam Speaker, if you may grant me a minute or two, please, to allow me to extend condolences to the family of Justin Williams, who lost his life this past Saturday night in Landroll Point, Crooked Island. Justin was one of the persons who assisted us in the boat that we used to visit Long Key, which include the Minister of Works, the Honorable Alfred Sayers, Parliament Secretary, the Honorable Bacchus Roll, and their technical team just about 2 weeks ago. And also, Madam Speaker, I would like to extend condolences to our Deputy Prime Minister as well on the passing of his brother. May their soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for South Beach.
Madam Speaker, thank you for recognizing me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am privileged to stand here on behalf of the good people of the South Beach constituency to support and affirm this resolution. Madam Speaker, I recognize Commodore King and the distinguished men and women of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, and of course the survivors of the Flamingo incident. But Madam Speaker, I must say a special hello to Force Chief Petty Officer Peterson James, who was pivotal in my development as a young man. He was our Rambo long before there was a Rambo. He was the Rambo. He was a national hero long before he was bestowed the honor. All the young men in Golden Gates, we looked up to him, especially after that incident. He was like a superhero. Madam Speaker, just 43 years ago, sometime around 3:45 in the afternoon, I'm told, on Mother's Day weekend, 1980, our country and 19 of our countrymen experienced what was later described by Sir Lyndon as the most important date in our history since independence. Madam Speaker, it was that day that a former police officer turned naval commander, along with 18 brave men who were actively engaged in service to their country. On that day, unlike any other day they've seen before, Madam Speaker, as the heroic commander, Amos Rowe, refused to relent in pursuit of those who sought to violate the laws of the exclusive fishing zone of this very newly minted country. With its useful zeal and progressive endeavors, which, Madam Speaker, did not go unchallenged. By several accounts, Madam Speaker, every evolution involved in the chase, apprehension, and arrest of the Cuban fishing vessel on that day were masterfully executed by the commander and his men. And even though the crew was outnumbered from the onset, the skillful execution of this operation proved that the crew of the HMBS Flamingo were a fearless bunch of Marines that were prepared to face all challenges, no matter how difficult. Reflections into the story, Madam Speaker, suggest that after the arrest was made, the seas were calm, the wind stood still, and all around the view from the deck, both the HMBS Flamingo and the captured Cuban craft was picturesque. This, Madam Speaker, however, would be the final bit of tranquility before the jaws of hell opened and the fury of the MiG fighter jets, thirsty for the blood of those that were standing in their way, would bomb the unsuspecting crew of the Flamingo, releasing a volley of sustained high-powered fire for a long enough period to cause complete chaos and absolute pandemonium. But, Madam Speaker, in the face of almost certain death, the brave commander and his young crew stood and fought with all the men and all that they had, even though being outmatched and outgunned on every side. Yet, Madam Speaker, every account of the story I have heard to this day, every account of the story I have heard by persons who was either there or members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to tell the story, suggests that on 10th May 1980, 18 brave Bahamian Marines and their commander fought with all they had in them, and they never gave up, attempting to guard our heritage. Madam Speaker, I am sure that we have paid homage to the service of these men in the past, but I am so happy that today we are seeking to increase and expand that honor that more sufficiently reflects the true value of what a grateful nation believes is owed to the crew of the single most traumatic incident in this nation's history to date. Madam Speaker, I truly cannot imagine what that day would have been like. No matter how many times I hear the story, I cannot even express or imagine what my responses would have been. Whether I was the commander or the most junior Marine, or whether I was the police officer on Ragged Island, or the mother of the Marine, waiting on the news about the well-being of a 19-year-old son. Not by a cell phone, not by a WhatsApp text, but by telefax. The reason I point this out, Madam Speaker, is because I think it is important that we as an administration lead in the gratitude and how we pay gratitude, and that we must do it wholly in a holistic sense. Therefore, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, we must extend our gratitude as a nation to the four lost souls, certainly. National heroes, definitely. But Madam Speaker, we must extend our gratitude to those who boarded ships in search of those souls. Madam Speaker, we should, of course, extend our gratitude to Mr. Nixon. Who's Mr. Nixon? Mr. Nixon was the pilot of the DC-3 that bravely flew the commander of the Defense Force and the commissioner of the police to Ragged Island. And he didn't know if the MiGs was coming back. Madam Speaker, we must extend our gratitude to Lord Roll, my cousin, who was the officer in charge of Exuma and Ragged Island at the time, and being fully aware of what was taking place in Ragged Island, and that the Cuban soldiers had invaded the island and were terrorizing the citizens. It was a horrific day in our history. We must extend our gratitude to all of the persons involved in what is known as the Flamingo incident. Lastly, Madam Speaker, certainly not the least, Madam Speaker, we must extend our gratitude to the mothers who on that fateful night had to wrap their minds around the thought that they would never see their son again. For this, Madam Speaker, I'm eternally grateful. And I speak for all Bahamians when I say we can never repay such a sacrifice. Today, Madam Speaker, is the beginning of something amazing as we, the members of this place, in a more nationalistic way, are once again seeking to prove exactly how grateful we are for the life, for the service, and the sacrifice of those involved in the HMBS Flamingo incident. Moreover, Madam Speaker, I can say today without fear of rebuff that we as a grateful nation shall never stop trying to repay, in action or in deed, our gratitude, Madam Speaker, until we have accomplished in a real and meaningful way, and that we understand truly what Sir Lyndon Pinland meant when he said that May 10th, 1980, be seen as the most important date in our history since independence. Madam Speaker, we honor them all. We remember them all. South Beach rests. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Madam Speaker, Mount Moriah, colleagues, Marines, men and women of the gallery, Bahamians at home and abroad, Commodore King, good afternoon. Today I stand to acknowledge the irreplaceable contribution and sacrifice of the late officers, Able Seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine Seaman Austin Rudolph Smith, Marine Seaman David Allison Tucker, and Marine Seaman Edward Arnold Williams. Madam Speaker, they were men of valor, men of courage, whose legacies are forever interwoven into our rich tapestry of history, of our history. Madam Speaker, every nation that raises its flags and pursues self-determination freedom, and democracy must insofar as it is possible, defend all who reside within its boundaries and territories. Inherent in that is a willingness of the bravest amongst us to lay down one's life in defense of nation and nationhood. Madam Speaker, I believe that I will face no resistance if I were to say that we are in the presence of the bravest amongst us. Madam Speaker, what we do here today acknowledges once again the greatest acts of bravery and nation building in our country's history. I believe and humbly submit that the 10th of May, 1980 is amongst the greatest acts of sacrifice made on our nation's behalf. Madam Speaker, this sacrifice is fundamental to the bedrock of self-determination as a nation and our sovereignty. The Fallen For legacy, I believe, is enveloped in 4 words: forward, upward, onward, together. Madam Speaker, together. Together, we in this place will never forget. We'll never forget. We will remember them. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge with supreme admiration the survivors and their families. I honor you and I thank each and every one of you. As the Member of Parliament for Mount Moriah, I must extend on behalf of Mount Moriah our sincerest gratitude and respect for the bravery displayed by one of our very own, Captain Whitfield Neely. He is an officer and a gentleman of the highest order. I appreciate you, sir. Mount Moriah appreciates you from the bottom of our heart. And I will see you on Saturday in Mount Moriah on the tennis court. He traded in his firearm for tennis rackets. Madam Speaker, I hasten to add that notwithstanding the complexities of our nation, we in this place and outside this place have always resolved that in the face of national emergencies and national tragedies, to be guided by a simple principle: one for all and all for one. From the bottom of my heart, a warm thank you for every single member in this place, all of the Marines that are here today. I thank you for your service and the sacrifice for our country. Sincerely. We are great as a nation because of their contribution. And with that said, I acknowledge all of them and who place themselves in harm's way, all of the men and women of our uniformed branches. We will never forget their contribution. It is not only etched in our history, but now etched and carved on the breastplate of our hearts. Mount Moriah thanks you for your service. May God continue to guide and protect each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Yamacraw.
John Adams once quoted, "Our obligation to our country never cease, but with our lives." These words have never been truer than the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo. Madam Speaker, it is my great honor to stand in this House today to offer a few brief words and thoughts as we reflect on this tragic event in our Bahamian history, not only as the Minister of State for Education and Technical and Vocational Training, but as the member of the great constituency, Member of Parliament for the great constituency of Yamacraw. Madam Speaker, I reflected as the submissions were given today that in 1999, I started my teaching post as a history and geography teacher. And in a social studies class of a 7th grade, I would have given, of 8th grade, I would have given this brief account of history. And thereafter repeated it over and over again to many classes. And so it is my honor today to be able to just highlight a few of these points of this story in these brief remarks today in another place in the House of Assembly. Is certainly an honor, especially with these brave men and women who sit here with us today. Today is a solemn day as we remember the events that took place. May 10th was the day our young country received the shock of our lives. As recounted, it is the day many realized the importance of a defense force to protect our people and our borders. Unfortunately, it is also the day that many family members, friends, and colleagues must forever bear the burden of a memory that may never truly fade, a memory that time may never truly heal. No one kin or comrade could have been prepared for the events that would have unfolded. As history accounts, on that famous day, this is 43 years ago, the HMBS Flamingo sailed from the Coral Harbor base under the command of Commander Amos Roll. It should have been an ordinary day of patrolling our waters for the 18-member crew. On that fateful day, when nearing the north coast of Key Santo Domingo, as history tells us, the crew of the HMBS Flamingo encountered two foreign fishing vessels. The foreign vessels tried to flee, but were finally made to stop by our brave heroes. The HMBS Flamingo crew eventually arrested the 8 total Cuban men and seized a large fish catch that was found with them. The HMBS hauled the vessel and began making their way towards Key Santo Domingo when 2 Cuban military jets attacked. While no one was hurt in this first attack, another would soon come. Commander Roll quickly ordered that our flag be raised to announce that the HMBS was a Bahamian ship in Bahamian waters. The Cuban jets came once again firing an onslaught of rockets and machine guns. This attack saw the HMBS take a critical hit, disabling communication system, melting steel, flooding the operations room, and setting the bridge of the ship ablaze. Our seamen were forced to abandon the ship and sought to swim to safety, only for the jets to come once again, littering the nearby waters with rounds from machine guns. Eventually, the jets vanished, leaving a military helicopter hovering over them whilst in water. Even still, as David said in Psalms 34, verse 17, the righteous cry, and the Lord heareth, and delivered them out of their troubles. Deliverance did indeed come. When the dory, which was captained by MS Whitfield Neely, rescued the survivors, a final count showed that the crew was missing 4 Marines. Able Seaman Fenrick Sturp, Marine Seaman David Tucker, Marine Seaman Edward Williams, and Marine Seaman Austin Smith, all names called here repeatedly today and given their just due. Everyone was transferred to vessel Fearsome 165. The tragedy continues with the crew and their prisoners traveling under the cover of night to Ragged Island. Eventually, the Cubans returned with a renewed purpose of rescuing their fellow countrymen. Our seamen landed on Ragged Island and walked to the nearest telegraph point in Duncantown to report the incident. The brazen Cuban jets once again returned, attacking while searching the area. For over 2 hours and 15 minutes of brutal attacks was what our officers would have encountered and endured virtually defenselessly. Those Cuban war machines bullied a community that was unable to even help itself, traumatizing the officers and the local residents alike. Thankfully, help finally came in the form of a U.S. scramble jet that passed over the islands. The Cubans fled, but still continued their disregard to this territory and many other future poaching incidents, and some that were mentioned by the member for Carmichael. As a former history teacher, I recall the pride of retelling this story to my high school classes. I recall the look of awe and inspiration on the faces of every young Bahamian child in the room. I recall the appreciation of the courage the students that still aspire to join the Defense Force, despite the expectations of lethal sacrifice. Through stories like these, Madam Speaker, nations build a high sense of nationalism and patriotism among its people. As a sovereign nation, we must aim to ensure that an atrocity like this does not repeat itself. We must continue to provide necessary support to strengthen our small but mighty military to secure our borders and protect our people in this sovereign nation. And now, before I leave, I wish to offer these words to the wives, the sons and daughters, the friends, and especially our fellow officers that lived through this traumatizing event. Thank you, wives, for bearing the burden of a broken heart. Thank you, sons and daughters, for offering your fathers in service to our country. Thank you, friends, for comforting those left behind. And thank you, fellow officers, for your willingness to serve our country no matter the consequence. Just know that as Bahamians, we appreciate your sacrifice and strive towards a Bahamas where such a sacrifice will never again be needed. It is my honor to stand here today paying tribute to our men of valor. May we as a people always remember, may we never allow ourselves to forget. May God bless our brave Defense Force officers who are seated with us here in the gallery and those who are outside of these walls. May God bless our Bahamian people, and may God continue to bless this great Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Asmini. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Madam Speaker, honorable colleagues, Commodore King and the members of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force here with us, whom most of their days are usually spent in the great constituency of Golden Isles, where their base is located. It's an honor to have you with us today on this special occasion, and Bahamians at large. Today, on this somber and solemn occasion, as we reflect on this tragic event, I am honored to stand on behalf of the people of the great constituency of Golden Isles to add my voice and support this important resolution. As we are on our journey to the celebration of our 50th year of independence, the beginning of our year of Jubilee, it is fitting that we stop and pause to pay tribute and to honor the lives and the memories of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force officers who were on board that vessel, especially the 4 who lost their lives. The geographical background to this historic drama of the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo on May 10th, 1980, is that as an archipelago, there's naturally more sea than land that makes up our Commonwealth. And the site of this tragedy was the far southern reaches of our great Bahama Bank, where our vast fishery resources abound. On that fateful day, 4 young, courageous Bahamian men were among the brave warriors of steel who were in the act of guarding and protecting our natural resources from being plundered by foreign poachers. This in itself was, and indeed still is, a noble calling. And for all those Bahamian men and women then and now who have dedicated their lives to this noble cause, we all salute you today. The apprehension of foreign fishermen operating without authority from the Bahamas government was a routine exercise on that fateful day. But then, if I may borrow a phrase from Holy Scripture, suddenly in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, those 4 young men received an instant higher calling when, in an act of atrocity with grave international implications, Cuban MiG-jet fighters, seemingly out of nowhere, opened fire on the HMBS Flamingo, snuffing out their lives without warning, without a word of farewell. Those 4 young men were the sons and grandsons of Bahamian men and women who were heroes in the political struggles that had just led recently to majority rule in '67 and independence only 7 years earlier. Poaching by foreign fishermen is still a problem in the southern Bahamas, and our Royal Bahamas Defense Force is still charged with the dangerous task of guarding our heritage. It is in this regard that Bahamians from every walk of life, we ought to be praying every day for the safety and for the success of the officers of our Royal Bahamas Defense Force as our waters continue to remain a potential cause of violent confrontation with outside forces. Madam Speaker, it was on that day, May 10th, 1980, the record shows that when the news of the incident spread across our nation, there was a wave of national unity that accompanied it. Bahamians from all walks of life, Bahamians from every socio-economic stratum, of all political persuasions, and expressing various religious beliefs, they declared in unison a national solidarity and condemnation. Despite the many differences, there was a feeling of oneness that if you touch one, you touch all. There were no fifth columnists in our national ranks. This should be the theme going forward. And in the years ahead, as we come together on this National Day of Remembrance, we must reflect not only on our fallen heroes, but also on the fact that we as one people, united under God from Inagua in the south to Abaco in the north, from Iguana in the west to Bimini and in the east, to Bimini and the Berry Islands in the west. This land is my land. This land is your land. This land is our land.
That's right.
This land was made for you. This land was made for me.
Amen.
Just as the blood of those 4 heroes has made an indelible stain, so to speak, on the watery plains of the great Bahama Bank, so too will this resolution that we are declaring today a national HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. This will etch forever in the culture and the consciousness of the Bahamian people. The ultimate sacrifice made by able seaman Fenric Stirrup, Marine seaman Austin Smith, Marine seaman David Tucker, and Marine seaman Edward Williams. If I may borrow a few lines from the poet Duncan Scott, said, "Those we have loved the dearest, the bravest, and the best are summoned from the battle to their eternal rest. There they endure the silence. Here we endure the pain. He that bestows the valor, valor resumes again. Lest we forget, we honor those who have given their lives. Golden Isles stands foursquare and fully supports this resolution. May Almighty God, for the Yahweh Elohim, bless the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common. Golden Isles rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Southern Shores.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, my colleagues and those from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. This is your day. This is your day. This is your day. A day of remembrance. I rise on behalf of the great people of the great constituency of Southern Shores to pay tribute to the HMBS Flamingo and our officers. Madam Speaker, here in our country, we call many people heroes. We have them in our labor movement. Those we call heroes. Those in the political arena, we call heroes. Our athletes, we call heroes. And there are some persons who are under the radar. We call them unsung heroes. But Madam Speaker, there is no hero like that of the Marine of the HMBS Flamingo. Madam Speaker, I want to thank our Prime Minister in his wisdom for naming May 10th HMBS Flamingo Day. This is a day that every Bahamian citizen should never forget. It was less than 6 weeks after the establishment of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force that the HMBS Flamingo came under attack by Cuban fighter jets near Key Santo Domingo on May 10, 1980. It was a day of faithful, it was on that fateful day, some 43 years ago, 4 young Bahamian Marines lost their lives during this incident. Able Seaman Pendrick Storup, Marine Seaman Austin Smith, Marine Seaman David Tucker, whom I personally know, Marine Seaman Edward Williams. All of these young men paid a price, the ultimate sacrifice in defense for our country. Madam Speaker, Able Seaman Cladwell Farrington, one of the surviving Marines, must be commended for writing a book called Because of May 10th, 1980, the Flamingo Incident. In his book, Mr. Farrington speaks of the courage, discipline, loyalty, and love for country each Marine had. On May 8th, in this book, Commander Amos Roll and his crew on the HMBS Flamingo had just returned from a mission in Eleuthera. Upon returning to base, they were told in 2 hours they had to go on a 10-day mission involving a routine patrol of the Bahamian waters. On May 10th, at 9:30 a.m., Commander Roll and his 18 brave men sighted land, that's Rugged Island, and was told that they were going to land to get a break. It was told that Tucker was the happiest of them all, just to go to land to get a drink of fresh water. As they were preparing themselves after that long journey, after coming back from Eleuthera, as they were preparing themselves to go to land, Commander Amos Roll announced, and I quote in this book, if you wish to read it later, I will do so, ma'am. He announced, "Listen up, men," and some of you may remember this. Listen, he said, "Listen up, men. I don't think we should go ashore just now. I think we should go and check out this key up there and come back here later. The key he was referring to was Key Santo Domingo. Madam Speaker, it was there that the attack of all attack happened. Our Marines, and some of them are here today, were under attack from protecting our waters. Some lost their lives in the line of duty. The HMBS Flamingo was hit by a rocket for protecting our sovereign land by Cuban jet fighters. That day, Madam Speaker, I was in high school, about a month to be graduated. Fear hit the Bahamas. As a matter of fact, it put in the Bahamian people a sense of pride. We had a sense of dignity, unity, and most of all, Madam Speaker, there was a sense of revenge. Madam Speaker, what was so touching about the sinking of the HMBS Flamingo, as Mr. Farrington wrote, he said that as the Flamingo was going down, these brave Marines paused and salute her as she was going down. Young Marines had no examples. Most of them at the age of 20 plus. In the midst of survival, in the midst of fearing for their lives, in the midst of protecting each other, they paused and looked at their ship and saluted going down. Madam Speaker, we in this honorable house today, we stand and we salute the crew of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. We salute those from the HMBS Flamingo. We thank you for your love and your sacrificial love for this country. To ensure that we continue to remember our fallen heroes, the Bahamas Agricultural Industrial Corporation had provided a plot of land for the construction of a monument at the entrance of the dock in Hatchet Bay, Eleuthera, headed by able seaman Cladwell Farrington. Before I take my seat, I leave the Royal Bahamas Defense Force with these words, with this scripture. Except the Lord build the house, they that labor in vain that build it. Except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain. I was told that as the Flamingo was going down, and these brave men were suing for their lives and fearing for their lives, they were praying. They were seeking God. They were asking God to help them. In this book, Farrington also said, Thompson was swimming on the side of Williams, that's Edward Williams. And the last thing that he heard, the last words that he heard Williams said was, "Oh Lordy." And that was it. Going down, calling on the name of the Lord. On behalf of a grateful nation, I thank them from the bottom of my heart. I thank them for their service. I extend my heartfelt condolences to the family, their families, their friends, and their loved ones. Until the going down of the sun, until the morning, we shall remember them. Southern Shores, support this resolution. God bless you, Marine. We salute you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Asmini?
Madam Speaker, just before we put the question, West End and Bimini must too join in the recognition of this important day. and the celebration of a people who today are basking with pride because of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. What we must remember, Madam Speaker, is that it was soon after we had a nation. It was soon after the work of the men and women who struggled tirelessly, endlessly for our country. It was after 1973, and as we celebrate the road to 50, that we were going through a transition, as Sir Lyndon Pinling pointed out at the time, where Bahamians were not a people of pride yet. He said we were just being tolerated. We were not a people of pride. But the transition caused us to have pride. It caused us to believe in ourselves, and it was for us to walk with dignity, to lift up our heads to the rising sun. We saw victory in our great athletes. We saw when Elijah Obed, 1975, would put the Bahamas on the map as a country, not the colony, but the country. So in 1978, when Michael Sweetbells Thompson was drafted #1 in the NBA, the Bahamas, country. And then, of course, 1980. So Lyndon served notice at the PLP convention many years before that we would establish the People's Defense Force. There'll be a defense force for the people, more than just the Marines at sea, but who would work with the communities in building this new nation. And so they have been. Madam Speaker, I remember the day because I was a journalist. And we had a ball game to call in Freeport, a baseball game at the Jim White Sports Arena. The game was scheduled to begin at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we were to go live, Lionel, Crispin, Dorset, and myself. We were told that there would be no broadcast, but we weren't told why. We were just told there'd be no broadcast. The game could start, but there'd be no broadcast. Only later that evening, we learned that the Prime Minister, who was in London at the time to speak at the Templeton Prize Giving Awards, that he was on the way home, and that his wife, Lady Pinner, would remain in London and she would deliver the speech for him, but he was coming home to address a national matter. We would then be told what happened. Madam Speaker, what was so amazing was we didn't know any of the young men. We knew no one who was on that vessel. And I was in Freeport, Grand Bahama, and we were in the Kipling building, and the amazing situation for all of us was we had this pride in our people. We had this sorrow. We had on our minds, how could it happen? We didn't understand it, to be honest with you. But the truth is, there was something that happened to our country that day. There was something that happened to our people that day. There was something that caused us to all understand that we may come from different islands. We may be of different religions, we may be of different colors, but we are Bahamians. And we felt it, Madam Speaker. And when the Prime Minister arrived home and addressed the nation and told the nation what had happened, and our leadership, first by the acting Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Arthur Dion Hanna, and then Sir Lyndon, the leadership was in place. And what it was a test of this little country, this new nation. And you have leaders now having to deal with such a major and significant matter. Madam Speaker, I think our country gained so much respect in the world on that occasion. I think our people gained so much pride and respect for each other on that occasion. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that is why we are where we are today. And the Defense Force, the lives lost, those men who lost their lives, you who gave so much on that day, the lives lost were to help our country. Your sacrifice will never forget. And each time I see a Defense Force officer, I always stop, salute. And it always goes through my mind what you gave. And I see the pride, I see the demonstration, I see how you walk, I see how you conduct yourselves, I see how your band plays its music and dance. I see how the Defense Force has become one of the symbols of our country, the pride of our nation, that we honor and we so respect. And so to remember and to set aside this day each year is but a small thing, but it's a major thing in building a country, because we still have a country to build. There are generations yet unborn, there are youngsters, many were in here today, who still do not understand the significance, and we will have to tell them. Media will have to do more. We must ensure that the media does more to ensure that people understand that we didn't just drop out of the sky, and that election days don't make a country, that countries are built by sacrifices made by ordinary people who take on extraordinary responsibilities and give their life for people like you and people like me. And so I join with my colleagues today in this incredible, significant, but what I love most about it, national effort being made by both sides of the political divide. That we know when it is to be country, and we know when it is to stand up, and that this example we set is the example that our country requires, because to build a great nation, you have to have a great people. And so congratulations to all of you who continue to walk and lead our country in the Bahamas Defense Force. Congratulations to you, Commodore. You are an incredible man who I watch, who I admire, and who I respect deeply. I see your work. I think our brother from Camp Road, as they said just now, but he's not from Camp Road, but our brother from Southern Shores, I think he said it correctly. You usually salute us. Today, we salute you. Congratulations. Madam Speaker, I now put the question.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas desires to celebrate and honor the lives of the survivors and persons who died on the 10th day of May, 1980, in the HMBS Flamingo incident, while protecting the territorial integrity of the nation. Now therefore be it resolved that this House approves the designation of the 10th day of May in each year as National HMBS Flamingo Remembrance Day. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The resolution is agreed. We will now revert back to the order of business. Introduction and swearing in of new members. Laying of documents by ministers. The chair recognizes the honorable member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following, the Price Control General Amendment Number 4 Regulations, 2023.
Thank you, honorable member. Order the document be brought up. Order the document to lie on the table. For the laying of documents, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to lay on the table of the House a copy of the following: the Bahamas Judiciary Annual Report 2022.
Thank you, honorable member. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you. Order the document to lie on the table. For the laying of documents? Thank you,
Speaker.
honorable member.
Madam Speaker, I do now move for the suspension of the House to Wednesday, May 17th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Madam Speaker, if we suspend now, we avoid question time, which is coming up this afternoon on the agenda. So if Madam Speaker can inquire, shall we honor question time when we return?
You want to lay some new questions?
Madam Speaker, I'm in possession of the order for today, and there are a number of unanswered questions on this, so it doesn't need us to lay questions.
No, I'm just requesting
to be addressed.
No, we will advise on the response to questions, but in any event, many of the questions here today are directed to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who's not in the chamber today. So we will advise you, but I fully understand your point.
Thank you, honorable member.
So we'll be advised, but it's not necessarily next Wednesday.
Correct.
Much obliged.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder for the suspension? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do now suspend until Wednesday, 17th of May, 2023 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The business of this House stands suspended until Wednesday, 17th of May, 2023 at 10 a.m.
All right.
Thank you, Jesus. Get up. I go wait till I fall out of it, and then I go get a little bit of talk. Yeah.